Good. All right. So a pleasant good afternoon, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Morley, Mr. Donaldson, as more persons hasten their footsteps to join. Welcome to another week's edition, of what you call the Caribbean Technology Thought Leadership um, Forum, where we are really friends among friends, really sharing on a very important set of things that affect us at scale. And instead of spending our Sunday afternoon like this discussing this topic, I would not want the world or anyone to think that we have wasted time. But I should tell you, these podcasts are not only informative, but they are also instructive to a set of initiatives for us here at the School of Computing and Information Technology here at the University of Technology, Jamaica. So I am Sean Thorpe, your host, and my co-host, Dr. Arnett Campbell, um, is also on call with me. Persons tend to join at different points in the forum. So let me recognize that Mr. Morley is here from Google. Mr. Ron Donaldson from Fortinet is here. And the conversation this evening is supposed to be just as pulsating as the one we had last week in reflection when we were talking about technology startups. This whole move to jump into the foray of the technologies, more so now since the pandemic. I tell you, it is going to be a sight to behold over the next 5 years, 10 years as we try to adjust. So let me just quickly confirm um, the attendees. Joining. All right, so this technology, and I hope you're hearing me clearly in the back end here. Um, so far as ultimately what we'll be planning to do, and I can say this because we're among friends here. So Linkledln and Ronald, this technology series, we eventually have it down as a published issue. So although we have a podcast generated for this on Sundays, where we invite the public coming in to leave their comments at the end of the post when we actually finish with this. Um, it's available as a YouTube post, and persons are still coming in and making comments. So we're using it as a information and data collection and research tool all in one to support various initiatives. So without any further ado, I'm going to jump into the discussion for what we're going to have this evening. Now, Mr. Morley, you are an engineering manager at Google. Dr. Campbell is a former department chair and head of school here at the School of Computing at UTech. And Ronald, you are, from my recollection, you're one of the senior sales engineer or managers at Fortinet, right? And this is a perfect team to start the conversation. Future of technology leadership. Future of technology leadership. Now, for those who have not come as yet, I did a little preamble before we jump into the questions, and because this is recorded, um, the preamble before I jump into the discussion is to suggest that we need to define this whole term technology leadership. And probably you're already embracing that in your organization. Google for sure, with Sergey and Brennan, for example, they would have been considered themselves technology leadership. The head of Fortinet, I'm sure, as well. So technology, by its very definition, is a method of accelerating the process of learning and application as it changes the environment around us. Let me repeat that. By definition, technology is a method of accelerating the process of learning and application as it changes the environment around us. An individual who masters this learning and application across disciplines is called your polymath. So I took this as a discussion from a blog online, found it very interesting. So if you are able to master more than one discipline, because that's what is being suggested now in the technology foray, that you are not really a single discipline. Last week we were contending that students leaving the university tend to only specialize in a discipline and then seek to get work, and then probably they're not getting enough by way of employment. All right. So the argument as we move into this evening's discussion. Good afternoon, Mrs. Watson. Thank you for joining us again this week. You're the only female among these thorns here that I have with me. Thank you for coming. So the whole space of the future of technology leadership starts with an umbrella definition that I wanted to share with you all. Technology is a method of accelerating the process of learning and application as it changes the environment around us. And aren't we seeing that in this pandemic more than anything else? And in the individual who masters this learning and application across disciplines is called your polymath. I learned that word in the last couple of days. I did not know it 5 years ago. I learned it this week. All right. So there's a lot of publications going on about this general space. We're just playing catch up now. So you want to be a polymath. You want to be able to learn across disciplines. Isn't that who the technology leader should be? All right, let's continue. And hence, given this time, we need polymath leadership. We need polymath leadership, somebody who can struggle more than one discipline, who can struggle in a lifetime, probably 3 disciplines, as opposed to the traditional context that the university would have normally had, where you learn a single discipline. All right. So albeit you're in business, albeit you're in academia, albeit you're in government, right? To truly embrace the digital change and growth, the suggestion is that you need to be a polymath, right? So a polymath learns at least 3 domains of knowledge in a lifetime. Is this the argument that we are suggesting that a technology leader should be? Seems as if we are creating a new animal. I will ask you as my panel to elaborate on these gestures. Is this the new order of how, as humans, we must transition to remain relevant in the age of technology change and an ongoing technology change, right? An ongoing one at that, right? So that is my precursor to this evening's discussion. Should we be polymath? Should we be struggling several disciplines as a part of engendering where the technology is going? And I still hope you are seeing my screen. Again, a pleasant welcome to you. And for those who are joining, as we go through the discussions, I'll ask the parties who are listening to just leave their comments at the end of the chat. Thank you. So let's jump in right away and just to start thinking about this. What are the 3 most promising trends in technology for the next 10 years that will have deep transformation impact to the society? I want to start with you first, Ronald. You're at Fortinet, and I'm sure this is something big on the Fortinet agenda in terms of how you engage.
Hey, Dr. Sean. Just one correction. I'm not the engineer. I'm just the mouthpiece. So
You're the mouthpiece.
I work with the bright guys, right? But I think
what's your official title, just for the purpose?
I'm major account manager.
Major account manager. Okay.
Right. So which is why I can pull all, when we're having discussions, I can say, look, I can get this person for you, that person for you. In other words, I support the customer. Having a high level of appreciation. I was looking at what you just started with, and good afternoon to everybody, by the way. And it's absolutely right. When I was thinking, when I when I first got into, and I'll just use sales as a general platform, I wasn't in technology first. Then I got into technology, then I transitioned out of technology, then came back to technology, and it was a fundamentally different experience. It was night and day. Anything I learned had nothing to do with what currently pertains now. And I find that for me personally to remain relevant, um, I have to be managing the spaces between being able to have an effective discussion with a business leader who may not be appreciative or intimidated by the technology, but being able to explain it in a manner that where he can see the consequences and our benefits. And then, having a discussion with the engineer to try and ensure that it's aligned. But for me to have those discussions, I can't just be appreciative of the business. I have to understand the technology, and I have to understand how the technology will enable and assist the business.
Okay.
Separate and apart from
Sounds good.
that, there's a constant. Sorry.
Oh, you have a little background noise, though.
You were saying something?
No, I think you're having a little background noise. You're having a background.
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why.
Sorry, everybody else is hearing me? Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can hear me? All right. So I'm wondering if it's probably Ronald's.
It could be me then. It could be me.
All right, just to be clear, I'll give you a minute to
All right, tell you what, let me just switch providers and see if that makes a difference.
I think that's what a lot of us have had to be doing, boy.
So just give me a second. Let me just switch providers here. And see if that will make a difference. So
I think I was hearing him better now as he made the transition. So as he makes the transition.
All right, is this any better now?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you quite clearly. Please continue.
Okay, so that was a problem. All right. So I was saying that in my being able to appreciate and just navigate those spaces, I had to be learning a lot more about the technology than I did before, to the point now where I'm looking at possibly certifications for myself. That was not consideration a few years ago. I couldn't care less.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
And then even within that, and that's just for my own technology, but even within that, because we're living in an age of, the phrase that they're throwing around is the fourth revolution, and there's almost this convergence and integration happening. I have to be branching out, right? I have to say how about technology, because my company is a security company. We're not
right. Fortinet is a security company. Right. That's right.
Right. We're our firewalls are popular, but we're a security company, so we can't. We have to be kind of agnostic. We have to play nice, almost with everybody else, to allow for that kind of integration and that kind of API connection. So I have to be understanding outside of my realm as well, so that when I go to an environment where it's it's like this heterogeneous mix of all of this stuff, I have to see how it makes sense. And
okay, so in the context of that, then, Ronald, is it that Fortinet is saying that in the next 10 years, the three promising technologies need to be something like a AI or a blockchain or supply chain? How does Fortinet, and seeing that you are going to have to certify as you suggested as a part of your own relevance, what give me the Fortinet perspective then of what are the top trends in technology that it is seeing that it has to be paying attention to, that will change the whole game?
Well, I'll admit to you, I'm woefully underprepared for that answer, but what I will tell you, and this is just from a personal perspective, but what I will tell you is that AI is not a new inclusion for us. It has actually been the bedrock of all our solution components. For those who don't know, Fortinet has what a framework that's called a security fabric. It's actually based on NIST.
Yes.
But what Fortinet looks at is a threat landscape in its entirety, and they have solution components around that. And so our mantra is that we're broad, integrated, and automated. And within that whole spectrum of being broad and automated, integrated, the automation is a whole AI focus, which we have been
doing
as from the beginning. And then the integration of focus is not only on our ability to share a threat intelligence in the protection, but to have that kind of API connection. So to answer your question, I would say that I think it, just from me personally, not speaking on behalf of the company,
yes, that's
just
fine.
what I've seen.
Yes.
It seems to be, I would say probably the top two in my thing would be AI and integration. Because the fact is that nobody is going to be throwing out everything they have to start all over again, although that would be the ideal for somebody like me from sales.
Okay.
But the fact is you're going to have to make it work.
Okay.
And so integration is going to be, I think, and AI is going to be
all right. Fair
but
enough.
that's just my opinion.
That's your opinion. I appreciate that, Ronald. So let me ask Linkledln next, who is at Google, to share what the Google stack, or probably his own personal stack, but what the trends in technology should be over the next 10 years. What are you seeing when you look through the crystal ball that will make a change in the environment that we are living in now?
Yes, so thanks for having me on here, Sean.
Yes.
So yeah, so I think to answer that question, I can probably give some of Google and some of my personal view. So it will be a combination of those. The first one I would think about is 5G. So 5G is big because I work in a group that deals with Google Cloud. And so if you look at 5G in the context that you have to consider, you know, the edge of the network, for example, and what the requirement in terms of capacity is, it's going to drive that, but it also drive more innovation in terms of, for example, self-driving cars, for example, you know, those other things, right? So it's going to, that pervasiveness of connectivity, you know, reaching out, it's going to definitely change how applications are built, and also change, you know, how you build the infrastructure for the cloud to accommodate all of that data that's coming in, and providing real-time, you know, bidirectional data support and that kind of stuff. So that's one trend. On top of that, now we spoke about AI before, but I'm going to look at it in the context of self-driving. And I say self-driving, not just for cars, but self-driving infrastructure. So I think there's a big trend in that sense. And, you know, Google is also big in that, in terms of making infrastructure run itself. You know, for example, repairing devices and stuff, you want to make that less human. You want to make it as automated as possible. So the whole concept of self-driving using, you know, obviously AI is going to play a role in that, is going to be big. The third one that I could call out would be the AR, VR, you know, virtual reality. So I think COVID has accelerated interest in VR, because now remote work is going to be here to stay, and people are going to be working remotely more. And not just remotely, but before you would have had teams in different countries anyway. So I think there's a push now to bring out more useful use cases with VR. And of course, AR is going to be there as well as a separate area. But those are kind of like maybe three of the areas. There are other areas, but I think those are some three areas that I'm seeing that's quite visible right now. That's going to affect how we work and how we play, so to speak.
Interesting. So let's move it around the table. And in Jamaica, our government just said that we'll be putting in electrical charging stations, and we'll be having electric cars by 2030. I'll come back to that a little bit later as a part of this discussion. But let me go around the table. Thank you so much for that input. Let me ask Mrs. Watson, followed by Dr. Campbell. And Mr. Skyler, thank you for joining as well, please. Yes, thank you. Is that forum? Yes. So Mrs. Watson, you are the independent non-computer scientist here who probably has all the right answers. So let me hear your view on where you see all this technology going in the next 10 years in light of what we're seeing in this pandemic.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and thank you for that introduction. So you make sure so you set their hopes at ease. I'm not a techie by no means necessary, but I have to contend with the tech in my new business of trying to launch an online ebook publishing business. And it is online because that's where the space is going. Traditional publishing is now becoming old hat. And you gentlemen who are published in this forum will know that any book you're going to publish is going to cost you $1 million or more, depending on whether you have name recognition or not.
That's correct. The traditional way. Yes, that's correct.
The traditional way. And this is after pandering and stepping and fetching it to them for weeks before you get an interview to see if they can publish a book or not. So I have found a niche in the market, in the Caribbean market, especially. There are only a handful of us who are doing ebook publishing. And I found out that as the pandemic progressed and online learning was foisted upon us, there were persons who had to be sending their children out. You know how we do in the Caribbean? You send your children out because trouble take them overseas. So they send them out to Jamaica. But they needed to get the books because they're still on online school in the US. Or they send them here and enroll them in schools here. So here it comes now, sending the remittance money to go to Kingston Bookshop to buy the book. That kind of a thing. There is no reason why these books are not electronic books. The need has just arisen because we're in the pandemic and there is no turning back. Now for somebody, you throw out a term, polymath. I back up this term about 10 years ago, Dr. Thorpe. And now I'm hearing it again for about the third time in my life.
It's the first time I'm hearing it, and that's before coming to this forum, but thank you for that. 10 years ago, yes.
10 years ago in one of these degrees I was doing, I am what is considered a polymath. It's too bad it's not in tech because half of my problems would be gone. I'm learning now how to set up my business online, how to work algorithms to drive my digital marketing, how to use keywords, that kind of thing. One trouble to find RSS feed. Please don't laugh at me. It took me 2 weeks to figure out that one because I also do a blog that I try to drive my audiences to my books and to my service. And here it is. I'm trying to navigate this space. In some fora, they will tell you that I'm a polymath because I spent more than enough years in finance and banking, mortgage in particular, extreme debt collection and recovery. And then I spent my academic years in development sociology. And then I got into real estate because I was looking somewhere to live. And if you live in this country and you have your eyes set on certain parts of this country for living, you will know the sociology of real estate. There are certain areas where they don't show you property because you don't fit the crowd. So I became a real estate agent to find my property. And while I was looking for mine, I was selling other person's own. So in some respects, you could say I'm a polymath. But this is where I want to be proficient. I want to be proficient in tech because I now need it for this business. I'm now an author. I am publishing, I am proofreading, I'm editing for other authors. And all of this I have done, and I haven't met one person yet because everything is done online in Jamaica land we love.
So for you, you're okay, and I'm glad you declared yourself that way, that you're a polymath. Earlier, for those who just came on, the polymath is an individual who, if you say you're in tech, you can't say you know one thing in the technology. Otherwise, you're obsolete. You need to start struggling several disciplines to remain relevant. That's the argument of the polymath. So in this context, then, Cat Joy, what are the 3 technologies for your book business, for example?
I am heavily reliant on Amazon's platform Kindle
Yes.
Create. There's a whole platform for authors in the back end to self-publish, or what we call indie publishers. But it's a university unto itself. They actually call it the Kindle University,
You're so
where I
right.
have to learn the algorithms. I have to learn the keywords to promote your book. So when you go on Amazon and you say, oh, I want a tech book, and you might type in tech book, the ones that have successfully mastered the algorithm will come up on the first page. And as you know, by the time they reach a fifth page, people stop looking, they would have found what they want. So you need to figure out the tech behind that. So yours comes up on the first 2 or 3 pages.
Yes.
And that has everything to do with keywords.
Yes.
So you will put in book in your keywords, or you will put in computer science in your
Yes.
keywords.
So that's the artificial intelligence, that's for sure. They're using the machine intelligence. Yes.
Machine intelligence, right?
Yes.
And
Machine
then you have to figure out where in the world people would want to read your kind of a book.
Okay.
And then you have to select those areas, but everything costs money now. If you select too far, them charge you a whole heap of money.
That's right.
That kind of there are also other online services that will drive your marketing for you, like BookBub, BOOKBUB, and you pay them a tidy sum, and they will use their algorithm and their database, their platform, to push your book. So these books that you see on the New York seller best list, those people have a small loan because they have to pay all these various services to push the marketing. Gone are the days when you just give the $1 million to the publisher, he puts it in Kingston Bookshop, Sangster's Bookshop, and now you do one interview on TVJ and you relax.
Yes. Yes.
These are over.
Excellent point. Excellent point, Mrs. Watson. So you're saying, well, for you, AI is a main trend. That is for sure, based on your book business. Linkledln indicated 5G as another area along with AI, and Ronald said AI along with integration modeling of services with the AI. Let me at this point go to Dr. Campbell and then probably ask Mr. Scarlett to hear what he thinks, and then afternoon, Trevor, thank you for coming. I'll probably ask Trevor as well, his view on that. But Sir Campbell, what is your view relating to the whole space of where we see the trends in the technology over the next 10 years? Which three have come to the top of your list?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I don't have a top 3. I mainly will speak on the idea of the 3 leading strategies that I see converging to create all kinds of technology for over these 10 years. So I look first at a cloud strategy because I feel that there is going to emerge a slew of technologies that will seek to bridge what the corporate strategy is with the cloud strategy, helping organizations and individuals to implement their business models, to adopt, and where they have already worked it out to migrate to the cloud. So I see a lot of activities there. Secondly, I see from data, I speak in terms of data strategy, I see a lot of things going on with data analytics in terms of building strategies around that to manage a lot of the cross-functional data that we have already and that we will be creating at rapid lightning speed over the next 10 years. So I see attempts being made to automate things like our workflows and to distribute what we could term as trusted insights everywhere. So I see those as the data strategy. And from the digitization perspective, I see us working on building this digital strategy that will lead to large-scale transformation. So bringing all three together, I see the development of a technology roadmap being defined in terms of a platform so that these components can work seamlessly together. All right, so that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Campbell. And we are on Caribbean Technology Thought Leadership Sunday, June 13. This is our 6th week running. So I'd like to thank all my guests who are here this week for the continued participation. I'd like to welcome Mr. Andre Williams, CIO of Customs. Thank you for joining us this evening, sir. So a very right discussion, future of technology leadership. That's what we're talking about this evening. So I'm going around the floor and I'm going to ask Horet if he has a view. Horet, who is a lecturer, senior lecturer at Excelsior Community College. I think at one point department chair for the computing school down there. If he has a view on this whole space as to where you see technology going in the next 10 years. What we're telling the students in the colleges and the universities and we ourselves in terms of that preparation. Do you see any top three, sir?
Okay, well, from my perspective, I'm going to use one that is old, but I see it being pushed forward into the future. Yes. And that is software development, especially when it comes to websites. I think everything is moving towards cloud technology, as someone alluded, and we're going to need people with expertise to make attractive and interactive front end to marshal some of these back end technologies, which we are going to be consuming. So I'm thinking we need HTML, CSS, JavaScript as a
so
first
human computer interaction, a lot more Industry 5.0
exactly.
Applications. Okay.
Then we're also talking about data and how do we interpret this data. So yes, machine language, handling data from disparate sources. So we're not only talking about SQL Server, we're talking about things like non-SQL, like MongoDB. How do we pull all of this together and make sense of it through machine learning / AI? And the final, yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, and the final thing is this whole push into the blockchain. It seems to be very promising in terms of securing data and ensure that data is properly accounted for and is hard to be manipulated by hackers. And I'm thinking that if that gets enough traction, then we might need a whole slew of developers to take advantage of that particular trend.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Scarlett. As a matter of fact, that request is already coming real time to me in the university here as well, that there's a demand for blockchain developers, and one of our colleagues on this call here is a big requester of those resources. So well said, well-timed arguments. Mrs. Joy Watson, who is a sole entrepreneur and social scientist, she might need to be a full data scientist, understanding all of these things you're talking about. So thank you again, colleagues, for coming. Yes. So at this point, I'm going to ask Trevor, for CEO of 876, to just weigh in on this. This might be something government has always looked at as well, but a perspective on the trends in technology in the next 10 years. We are almost on the cusp of the new decade, 2030. Which one should we be paying attention to, if at all, at this point in time?
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
I actually have, well, more than three.
That is good.
Well, I mean, the obvious ones: artificial intelligence, machine learning. It's going to be big. Big data, so data analytics, data science, going to be big as well. And of course, blockchain.
Blockchain, yes.
That was coming.
Of course.
Couple of the other ones though, RPA, which is robotic
automation.
process automation.
Yes.
That's going to be a major thing. And that spawns a whole lot of stuff itself, process automation. I also think that within the next 10 years, we're going to see, well, and of course, cybersecurity, because as we play around with masses of data in the digital space, security in that space is going to be major, because nothing will be able to exist in an unsecured space and be trusted. So cybersecurity and defense will be massive. These are, growing exponentially. But one that is often not looked at because of its novelty, but I think within the next 10 years it's going to be major, is quantum computing.
Yes.
And that is because of the ramifications of what quantum computing becoming a serious reality will mean. So I think those are the top ones for me.
All right, excellent points. Excellent. You see the stack can vary based on the insights that people have. I think Dr. Campbell had mentioned that argument of insights, but let me now defer to the CIO of customs, because I'm sure he has some very interesting ideas himself, personally, and probably from customs perspective, on what are the trends in technology that you think will be here to transform our Jamaican and Caribbean society. Welcome to Caribbean Technology Thought Leadership, Mr. Williams. It's good to have you.
Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon to everyone. So it's my first time joining this session, but certainly very interesting and appropriate topic. I will not have much to add based on what has been said before. The whole matter of digital currency, I think, is one of those things that will be a game changer. It already has started having its impact. And I think, though, that it will be more prominent in the banking sector and, of course, in terms of cross-border exchange. One of the things that I think also will be more dominant in the, you said 10 years, but I think in another 5 or so years, these three, AI, blockchain, and of course, artificial intelligence. Blockchain has been defined as a beautiful technology looking for users. It's being used heavily in the shipping industry now because of the need for immediate access to data being piloted between IBM and Maersk. And that has a huge amount of benefits, but of course, that platform will allow for a lot more access to data. If we're looking around us too as well, we see that there's a trend towards an integrated approach. We see the insurance companies building systems that information can be shared. We're seeing it in banking, and we're also going to be seeing a lot more of that coming across government. And so those three, I think, once they are properly applied, I wouldn't say 10 years, but in the next 5 years, those will become a very popular means of digitizing services, not automating, but digitizing, moving things, moving data electronically, and not just dematerializing paper. So those are some of the game changers I see. I think for a 10-year span though, Prof, honestly, we'll be looking at some new sets of technology. If we look at the capabilities of what we can do now, I think in another 5 years when these technologies have matured, the next 5 years after, we'll be looking at a different scope. These that we're discussing will become the norm. And there will be some new realms of automation and digitalization, which will come to the fore.
I'm thanking you so much for that, Mr. Williams, and I'm glad you introduced it in that way. So you're saying that over the next 10 years, some of these that are new will become mainstream, just like the cloud, probably the AI, parts of the AI. But you made a point just now that I think we have been ignoring generally in this space. And I happened to listen to BBC last evening on Talk Business, and they were talking about this whole supply chain and it being a game changer for what is going on in the pandemic. Nothing will go back to the same. So therefore, logistics and supply chain is a big area that will be a major spin-off in this pandemic as one of the spaces. Yes.
Yeah, that is true. That is changing rapidly, much faster than we are knowing. There are a lot of countries, for example, the Amazon of the East, of course, they are integrating with the logistics and supply chain, customs, etc. So we have direct access to data in that part of the world, and certainly in this hemisphere, they're looking at the possibilities of integrating directly with Amazon, eBay, to get those logistics information so that goods can move much faster. So already we are seeing a lot of changes in the EU as well. There are other changes which are affecting the logistics and supply chain for a more integrated approach. Certainly, no one wants to deal with paper anymore. No one wants to be waiting on data. They want the data beforehand to make, of course, those decisions where risk management is concerned. So there is a lot that is changing. Even during the pandemic, there are a lot of impositions. The EU has imposed some changes on the postal services, which one of them took effect on the 1st of January for us here in Jamaica. Another one which comes first, 1st of July, and then of course in January 2022, we have to start moving electronic information for inbound and outbound packages and parcels. So a lot is already underway.
Excellent, excellent. So, and against the background of that, then, colleagues, and listening to Mr. Williams very well. Question 2 says, so how do you know that the technology is aligned to the correct business model? Let us say I wanted to get into the supply chain business, or I wanted to get into the AI business, or I want to get into the blockchain business. How do I know what business model is right for that technology? And when we talk about business model, we need to figure out how we're going to turn over and make some money from this kind of thing. Is it that we're going to have to look at the business model as is, or the traditional business model? I wonder if it's still relevant as well in this context as well. So how do you know the technology is aligned to the correct business model to support this thing? So Trevor, I know you're into blockchain. Probably I'll start with you on this one first, probably. What is the business model that aligns with the technology, so that we can understand the game that we are in here?
Well, so as it relates to blockchain, one of the things that is important because of the novelty of blockchain and the capabilities of blockchain. One of the things you always have to be careful about is that you're not trying to apply blockchain to situations that it is not suited for, because it is not an all-encompassing, kill-all solution, right?
Right.
So one of the things that you have to assess is really and truly what you're looking to accomplish, and whether or not the technology itself and its core benefits and merits will allow you to realize what you're trying to accomplish. So blockchain's primary and most popular application is in cryptocurrency. And when you look at the reason for that, it was because a solution was needed that would allow exchange of value without the need for a middleman, but in a way that you would still maintain the trust level that exists and that we're used to today. That was its initial popular use. But you find that in supply chain and logistics, blockchain has some very useful attributes, because when you look at what happens from source to shelf, quite a bit of stuff happens, and there are a lot of touch points between somebody pulling something onto the ground, like a carrot, and sending it to the supermarket shelf.
Yes.
And one of the biggest things there is the number of people in the middle
Yes.
of source and shelf.
Yes.
Because every time you have more people in the middle of getting from point A to point B, which is source to shelf, two things happen. You have a cost and you have a delay from a time standpoint. Now, if your goal is to ensure that you reduce cost, increase efficiency by removing delays, and in doing so, you say, look, technology can assist with that. But at the same time, I want to ensure that all of the transactions that occur between point A and B, when I remove the middleman, can still be tracked. Accountability and auditability is still there. Then you start to see the value of a technology like blockchain.
Right, and it's very important to say what you just said so that everybody on the call here gets it. That is the value proposition of the blockchain, is that it secures the transactions in a way without having to be physically enabling to it. It's done that way. Yes.
Right. Because the key thing, you're getting rid of the middleman.
Yes.
And the middleman had some attributes that engendered, in most cases, a certain level of trust. Now you're removing him, but you still need to make sure the trust, the accountability and auditability is there, right? Because, removing the middleman removes the delay, but at the same time, the process needs to maintain certain fundamental and basic attributes and capabilities. So when you assess that value proposition you're saying and what you hope to achieve, then you can determine if the technology, if there's a technology out there that would help you. Oftentimes we don't do that. We just say, okay, I have a problem. Somebody says, well, here's a technology for it. And oftentimes you don't really take the time to assess whether or not this proposed technology is really fit for purpose or does help you to realize your ultimate goal. And a lot of times, I've seen companies go down that rabbit hole and discover the costliness of such mistakes. Similarly, burgeoning technologies like blockchain are not immune to that. It is for us to ensure that we assess the merits and understand the goals we want to realize, to make sure that what we're doing and what we're choosing is really going to help us to realize the benefits.
Excellent, excellent. So let's go around the board still with this question. Excellent. We're using the use case here, blockchain. Siket Joy is saying that anyone in BOG's cryptocurrency implications for the economy, etc. So we're going around the table. I asked Trevor first because that sounds like an opportunity that has not been properly defined in Jamaica yet. I could be providing customs with that service right now as an option, if that's a possibility. But let's go around the board then in that fashion. And I'll probably ask Andre, then followed by Dr. Campbell and Mr. Scarlett, and then Ms. Watson in that order to just share their perspectives on, based on the technology, do we have the right business model? Like the ones you suggest, do we have the right business model in Jamaica for it? And when we talk about business model, as a reminder, we must see a path to value. We must be able to know how we're going to earn money or income from it based on the technology. Otherwise, we're wasting our time taking on a piece of technology for which we can't convert to generate a return on investment. Okay, I'll leave it to you to keep deliberating. Who will take that one next? Andre, you have a view on that one?
Yeah, I'll just comment on the heels of what Trevor said. He put it very clearly in terms of applicability. Is the best fit for a particular industry or an organization. We normally tend, from customs perspective, tend to look at it from an industry standpoint. We are seeing a relevance of blockchain being very applicable to our shipping and logistics industry here in Jamaica. To tap back into the wider logistics and supply chain, we have Maersk and all the other major shipping lines who have adopted this model. They're actually perfecting it and using it now. There are over 90 ports across the world which have now tapped into that ecosystem, which data is shared in real time, and there is a trusted relationship between the players. For us as customs, it is good for us to tap into that information, which allows us to make better decisions, more informed decisions, because of tapping into a trusted network. It's something that we are interested in pushing the industry towards. Many persons are complacent with the way of doing things, moving paper, and of course the client is the one who incurs the bill for the time that is being expended to deliver the service. But we think that there's a lot of benefit to be had, and it would mean that goods would move much faster than they are, whether we're dealing with transshipment. 90% of the containers, by the way, that comes on our ports actually leave pretty much immediately. So there's a lot that can be derived from blockchain with a local application in shipping. There are other areas that we need to look into, certainly between government, private sector, where we could also tap into information. But of course, that is built on a trusted relationship, as Trevor would have made mention. How do we establish a clear line of trust between government and private sector to say that we'll have access to X information and be able to provide you with these services pretty much in real time with reduced intervention, if any at all. So those are things that we could look into. There are a number of industries, but then again, that is left up to us all to discuss to see where it is applicable.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Sir Williams. Dr. Campbell, you on this one?
Okay, alignment between business and IT. Looking at this issue, it's somewhat multifaceted in that business sees a problem, and business usually is going to be first out of the block, saying, well, here is the blockchain technology out there. How can we exploit it to gain competitive advantage in a sustainable way? Or how do we secure ourselves so that we can be the best bank, virtual bank or tellerless bank that's out there? So business is always going to be pushing ideas at IT and asking IT to respond. So how do IT respond in terms of aligning this technology, right? So first of all, there has to be an alignment of the strategies of business and IT. And that I mean that socially they have to develop a relationship over time so that they understand each other well. They speak the same language, they know the nuances of the business in terms of what does it mean to be successful? What does it mean when they say they need a particular type of growth? What kind of risks are involved? And how do they model these? And that's on the business side in terms of what the IT person must learn. On the technology side, the technology person must be credible, must learn all they can about the technology. And at the same time, knowing that the technology is not yet mature, but is emerging, and therefore risks are involved. And therefore, how do they project and protect their reputation? Because they're gonna have to put their reputation online in terms of backing business and in some shape or form guaranteeing business that this is going to be a win situation. But right, so it is a tricky situation.
Yes.
Alignment, but as I say, one have to be prepared, learn, and work with business closely and develop that social relationship that I call shared understanding, shared knowledge. And
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Campbell, for that. Before I go to Horit and Ketjoy, there's one presenter who should have come on, and I just paged him a while ago, Mr. Gregory Moore, should be coming on soon. We don't even mention 3D I don't know if Larkland said he had to step away, I mean, but he's still here. There's 3D printing. There is a whole space of bio-inspired systems. So for example, 3D printing and game development, also in 3D printing. I have one company here in Jamaica making millions of dollars just setting up digital spaces, looking at polymers and coming up with designs even for buildings out of these initiatives. And I'm saying to myself, those guys are actually leapfrogging ahead of the market. They're making some of the business model they are using is that they have some freemium, they have some crowdsourcing, they have some other methods that they're using to get money and startup capital. So I'm saying, it sounds like we're in this space where there are so many things that are happening that if you're not looking in the right direction, you could miss the boat altogether. 3D printing, millions of dollars. Local government sector entities going to this one company to work on several projects because there's nobody else in the space. And they were the first move on it. That's an interesting point. 3D printing.
Well,
technology adopted.
Well, just to add there, 2 years ago, the University of Maine in Orano, they created the world's largest 3D printed boat. You know, and it has been on display there.
Yes.
So they have been doing quite a bit with 3D modeling and printing using these various kind of polymers out of University of Maine. Yeah.
They have been able to come up with a business model for it. All right. So Sir Orit and Ketjo, you have a view on this. You see a technology. What's the right business model for it? It's something you think about deliberately. You know, things that we should be thinking about.
Well, from my perspective, one of the things that we need to do is to look at the business and figure out which way to go.
Yes.
And therein is a kind of issue. How do we know which way to go? And the answer, according to Stephen Blunt, who is the author of the 4 Steps to the Epiphany, he said that what we need to do is to test.
Yes.
So we have a hypothesis. Let us test the hypothesis.
Yes.
And let us not be afraid to pivot, because a lot of the big companies, they are where they are, not because of where they started, because somewhere along the line, they realized that they needed to pivot, and they pivoted quickly and took advantage of the situation.
Excellent.
And I'm now tying this in, and I'm now tying this into the whole blockchain thing, because blockchain platform is predominantly known for cryptocurrency. However, if we look at it a bit deeper, there is this thing that is at the basis of it called a smart contract, where we are putting immutable code or unchangeable code onto the objects and putting it out in the space so that the human intervention is really not needed. Because once the situation presents itself, then the code is going to execute. And once we put the code out there, we cannot change the code. So it prevents that hackability thing from happening. So if we start to go out there and test our hypotheses, then some of these things will come into play. And finally, one of the biggest products for 3M came from a failed experiment. Post-it. It came from a failed experiment. What they wanted to develop based on the folklore is a super glue. But the glue never worked. But based on that, Post-it was developed, and Post-it hit the market like a storm. So let us not be afraid to experiment and pivot. That's my 2 cents.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Scarlett. As a matter of fact, you know, keeping this calling up is not only for us to discuss these things and thought leadership. I think we're also seeking to move the needle, move the pivot from the talk to some implementation. I have a colleague in Canada, you know, put over $2 million in blockchain rounds and to run a blockchain company on a very supply chain management type initiative. Got money for that. We don't have any of that in the Caribbean. actually, based on just listening to Trevor and listening to Andre. Millions of dollars sit right in that conversation right here, so including the one that Oret just brought to it, such as if we have a business model of getting some of those funds, we could actually start this. But the implications are great though, based on what Mr. Scarlett just said, because banks, for example, who are already losing staff due to the digitization, the blockchain will probably sort of push that even further for persons in the bank or the fintech sector to be redeployed at scale. That's probably the conversation by itself. But I love where this is going. So you're saying that the technology and the business model have to work hand in hand. Let me hear from Ket Joy from her perspective, because with the ebook business there, Ket Joy, the technology and how you make money have to be aligned. So I don't know if you've ever given this any thought, but what is your take on it at this point in time?
Yes, thank you. I mean, before I get into it, you wouldn't believe how much frenzied Googling is going on my side. Blockchain, there was another terminology that just dropped a while ago.
Yes.
As you know, I'm out of my
contracts. Yes.
Yeah, when it comes to this kind of esoteric argument. Yes. But I can contribute nonetheless, especially from the point of view of my business. Yes. And the gentleman before me just said it, test your hypothesis.
Yes.
Because this is exactly the phase that I am in, research and testing.
Testing, yes.
Because I could get a client from the other side of the globe and they might want to pay me in Bitcoins. I don't know how to receive that payment.
Yes, you don't know how, yes.
You don't. And I really don't want to go through the various middlemen that Trevor talking about, because as you know, some years ago, what the term correspondent banking was abolished. So I can't say lodge it to my NCB account. No, NCB would have to have an alliance bank in Denmark. And if they don't, they would have to have an alliance bank in New York that has an alliance with the Denmark bank so that I can get my money. And one bag of food and whatnot before it gets here. What you guys seem to be talking about, where it's a cut the middleman out, is the fast, the agile movement of remuneration, of communication in a secure space. Now, if that is blockchain, so be it. I remember teaching some months ago, I'm teaching these kids about micro and macro economics, and I'm telling them how we move from barter to what we now know. And you realize that we're moving away from this to a new currency altogether. It is evolving. And then I remember that I put the question in here. Is there anyone here who can explain BOJ's cryptocurrency? They call it CBDC. Central Bank Digital Currency.
Yeah, so just to say so, CBDCs are not cryptocurrencies. So lesson for the day.
That's what they say.
Cryptocurrencies and CBDCs are two very different things.
Different things. All right, so we're going to probably have to have a conversation on that one.
We need a education on, because to me, it appears as if our forward-thinking minister is trying to get ahead of the game. Plans are still afoot for us to be the fourth logistic hub in the world. Yes. And I hear Mr. Williams saying our compatriots are far ahead of us. So if we are going to remain current and compete, we have to step up our game. So outside of my business, here's my thought. Are we training people in universities to meet this demand?
Oh, mercy, don't knock that one yet, because I'm going to it shortly.
I'm sorry.
That's where this is going in. You just hit me on a corn, man. You just hit me on a corn.
All right, let me pivot. As Mr. Scarlett said, let me pivot. Let me throw it on the other side. Say we had foresight and we were in fact training students.
Hold on, Mrs. Watson, that question coming, because all of this is leading up to that. Now just hold it temporarily in the box here. Linkledln, do you have a view on this thing here? The technology and the business model.
I think most people touch on some of the key points already, but I'll just touch on a few key points here. So you have two approaches to technology, right? You have the push and the pull model.
Yes.
In the push model is where you say, I have AI and I want to go and deploy it, right?
Yes.
The way you could approach that is to look at the use cases and say, how would this technology help the use case, for example? Can it speed up the transaction, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
could it make it more efficient? Could it make it more, more robust? So you can see how to deploy a technology with existing use cases, or you can look for new use cases, right? So this is where the experimentation come into play that they mentioned earlier. The other piece is where you have the pull model, where you already have a bank. Let's say you have NCB and Scotiabank, for example, and they are looking at how they can compete with each other. Maybe NCB will look at blockchain and say, well, if I use blockchain this way, it will enable me to get an advantage over Scotiabank, that kind of thing.
Yes.
So I think the key to it is, I think first you need to understand the use cases. I think the use cases are critical, important discussion point.
I fully agree with you, Linkledln. So on the point that Linkledln is making, I could say to Mrs. Watson right now, a business model for her books is that she probably could go and get some crowdfunding. She could go and get some crowdfunding as a means of, so in other words, instead of going to the bank or going to this resource, you could start a crowdfund account.
Yes,
right?
can I add something to that though, Dr. Thorpe?
Yes. As a use case, based on what Linkledln just said, yes.
That's a successful venture, crowdfunding. The other side of the coin is this. Are the existing companies prepared for the deconstruction of their business model in order to survive the next 10 years and still be viable?
I don't think they see it, Mrs. Watson. These are some good questions you're asking in this Caribbean technology thought leadership. I don't think they are prepared for the deconstruction. I think it's just going to happen. And when they look around, they realize it's a new world we're living in.
So Prof,
yes.
If I could just add something here.
Yes.
So I've been doing a lot of awareness building about the concept of digital transformation, because it's a word people throw around quite a bit
loosely
without understanding precisely what it means. But one of the things that, just to piggyback on what has just been said, one of the things that I often make heavy weather in my presentations about is the fact that, disruption and the disrupted, right, is really because a lot of people or a lot of companies just refused to either acknowledge or accept that change was going to occur with or without them. So if you think about one of the classic cases, Blockbuster versus Netflix, right? Now, Blockbuster back in the 90s was huge to the point where when the business model that was Netflix reared its head, Blockbuster laughed at them and said, look, this thing is a joke business, without understanding the fundamental shifts that were occurring in how content was being consumed. Right? So as the consumption models were evolving, Blockbuster was not. And they were holding on to a business model that just was not working. And as a result, they became extinct. Now, I say that to say we have a lot of businesses, not only in Jamaica, regionally, that hang on to certain business models and refuse to try to understand where the evolution exists and where things are going.
Dinosaur, that's the academic definition. Dinosaur. Okay.
And the thing about it is, when you sit and listen to, we've done, we've done some assessments for some very large companies over the past 2 years, and who are interested in doing this digital transformation thing. But when you look at why it is, or assess why it is they are where they are now, you realize it has nothing to do with technology. Nothing. It is a fundamental shift in thinking or culture, if you want to call it that really ushers in the kind of change that we're talking about. What we as the change agents need to get familiar with, need to get comfortable with, and need to be able to do is to aptly explain the complexity that is that transformation, that evolution to people who otherwise just one don't understand it, are not interested in understanding. Because if we don't understand how to explain it to them in their terms, then they're going to ignore it and they are going to become extinct.
Much more the students. I take that point wholeheartedly. Very good point. Very good point on this carrier technology thought leadership.
Dr. Sean, hi everybody. I'd like to jump in here.
Yes, man, please. Yes, please,
just from where I sit. So we've been focusing on the business people. We've been focusing on our roles. We've been focusing on government. And I think there's I don't know if the term is niche, for want of a better term, we're losing the sight of. So let's say, for instance, if you're using Trevor's argument, right, that the businesses have not been willing to embrace what is happening.
Yes.
And as such, they themselves are going to fall away to the wayside, and you're going to have either entrants coming in, or if we're lucky enough, then a group of entrepreneurs will create something new. But holding all that constant, one of the things I've realized from my side, right, is that because you had mentioned some points were mentioned before by Mrs. Watson when she spoke about training, and I'm going to make the point here. I think we're waiting around or trying to encourage and yes, for our own benefit for these different industry segments to move ahead. But beyond what they are doing, let me call it the support personnel, the people who can actually enhance or assist, not only within the space but outside of the space. And let me explain. So digital transformation is a big thing, but then there are some smart people here who discovered that, wait a second, if we're doing digital transformation, we need to have security transformation as well. And then there's a business around that. In other words, I can be the person who can assist you to ensure that the digital transformation, albeit it will align with the business goals, but we have to take care of the risk as well, right? But then if the beautiful thing about security transformation, this whole convergence and what's happening globally, is that I can sit here in Jamaica and provide consultative services to somebody anywhere else in the world by just remote logging in and doing the work. My point is that albeit that we're focusing on I guess what you'd call that established traditional entities and trying to get them to move forward, but beyond that, we need to get our people capable and ready so that they are not necessarily tied to the demise or to the ascension of these businesses. They themselves would be fully capable by way of training to take advantage and guide the process here, or to look outside of here if the landscape here isn't ready. That's just
excellent point. You're touching a very serious and contentious topic that I'm going to hit in a moment. This is Caribbean Technology Thought Leadership, and the conversation is well aligned. I'm going to play devil's advocate, Ronald. When Fortinet came into the market, all right, Cisco was underperforming. As a matter of fact, Fortinet came in and started to take a strong hold that many providers now started to move to Fortinet as opposed to staying at Cisco or maintaining the Cisco fabric. That was an argument put out there because you had a business model, you had a technology stack, but what we see in this game of technology and business is that, you know, Fortinet comes today, tomorrow Cisco says, okay, I am going to rebound because I'm now going to move and introduce a new stack called the FOB. which is a new technology stack that is out there. It now means how many other players are keeping up. Checkpoint, Fortinet, all the other players. It depends on how people are looking at the business models and the technologies and making sure that, as Trevor said, that customer base in the middle is all pleased. Otherwise, easily we can become obliterated or irrelevant as the market space. So we have to have all these use cases, and there's a lot of use cases being created in this context. So it's a very good conversation here we're keeping relating to this particular situation today. But then Ms. Watson hit the thing. Some of these technologies are fads, by the way. You know, it's not everything that we say is a technology trend is a trend. You know, I could argue that AI, and I could argue, is Larkland still here? I could argue, Larkland, that autonomous vehicles are a fad. I was reading some reports recently from Gartner and Gallup and so on. They come up with these trend reports every year. But how used is this particular technology that it is now moving from novelty to mainstream? Probably just still a novelty. The acceptance in the wider society is not happening. So those are social dynamics where the trend really is not a trend that is adopted, but it might be it might more so be a fad. Google Glass was in Jamaica in 2015-16 doing a forum at UTEC, and I questioned the $1,000 for the Google Glass. I said, what am I going to use this glass to do? Right? And this is 2021. I know that has been one of the most challenging products that Google may have had in terms of its adoption. It was Google Wave in terms of chat services and so on. Those things didn't materialize. So what tends to happen is that a technology and then the type of business model aligned to the technology has to be well aligned. I can't see why I'm going to need to wear a Google Glass. Everybody won't need a Google Glass. That's going to be the style, or grandma needing it because she has some special need, but it doesn't become mainstream. So I just make those additional examples to reiterate the earlier point. But now, how do you know a trend is not a fad? And how do you practically keep up with all of these things that, you know, these nice things we hear every year? You know, now we're talking about fog moving from cloud. We talk about 3D printing. We talk about bio-inspired computing. Do we just jump on them because it is nice to have, or is there, as Larkland said, their case reference to help us qualify what the fads are versus the trends? And that probably is what should inform how we move forward with the business of supporting the technology. Is there any view on this particular question?
I think I can just add a few points here quick. Sean, is that okay?
Yes, Larkland, please do.
Okay, yeah, I think in terms of the fad thing, I think some of it is really about the experimentation, as Aret mentioned earlier. It's about experimenting. But going back to the Google Glass, actually, it's interesting that it hasn't taken off in the consumer market, but in the industrial market, it's actually taken off in the industrial market. So that's again, come back to the experimentation again. That
industrial, explain that a little bit more for me. When you say.
So in manufacturing, for example, you know, you need that kind of information that can be displayed on the glass while a product is moving through the process. So the operators can wear the glasses as a way to get, you know, I mean, augmented data in real time, right? Okay. A repair technician, for example, if a guy is repairing a cable connection, they could actually get the schematic virtually displayed for them, you know, that kind of thing. So maybe it's not necessarily applicable in the consumer market, but it may be applicable in a more commercial market, right? So it comes back to the experimentation thing. I mean, in the sense, you have to test, get feedback, and keep refining. Autonomous vehicles, socially, obviously, I know a lot of people are technical and I'm not too keen on it. It will take time for people to accept that, right? But if you're a blind person who may not be able to drive, it may be a good thing for you because now you don't have to depend on other people to move you around, right? But we have to get the technology to a point where it's safe and acceptable to some extent before you can actually get people to use it, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so timing is also another factor as well. I think timing, Yeah, the key.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
Gentlemen,
Yes, please go ahead, Mrs. Watson. You jump in.
it's
Yes.
the nature of the tech world, all about beta testing and all of these things. And I
Yes.
mean, companies like Google and Apple and Amazon, they can afford to bring some kind of novel product to the market just to see if it will work.
Yes.
And they will do that from time to time. And they will depend on us to be the beta testers. And then if it doesn't work, well, they can use it in manufacturing. Autonomous vehicles, well, the Tesla thing is still in testing. Them can't even standardize the thing. All the fender them different.
Yes.
But if it works 2-3 years from now, he would have done his testing. If it failed, he will pivot. I know that Amazon currently, you know, the little thing that, what do you call that thing? The thing that picks up all your boxes and get them ready to mail. What do you call it? Forklift.
Forklift, yes.
They're all autonomous. Nobody drives them anymore.
Yes. So
And he bought a company in China that successfully tested it. He saw it working. And of course, in true Bezos style, he didn't buy one, he just bought the company. So that he can have that for himself, him patent it so nobody else can do it. Hence your package will you get a package in 24 hours. And that's the beauty of tech. At the downside of it, there's a lot of waste. 90% of these things won't come to fruition.
Oh yes.
How many times did Musk rocket crash?
Yes.
Prof, I don't know if I could just chime in on the
Yes,
tail.
yes.
On its own. It's the nature of the business.
It's the nature of the business.
Money. The
Yeah,
money.
money. All right, we're going to come back to that soon. That's a good one. I want to hold it. Mrs. Watson, Mr. Williams from Customs, please.
Yeah, I wanted to just jump in on that, the tail end of that point. There really are three factors which we normally look on when we look on the applicability of technology: time, cost, and complexity. Those are three main variables. How much it will cost to own and operate or to acquire and operate a piece of technology, the improvements that it will bring in terms of service. You're going to look at, of course, human element, how many persons you're going to need to operate, or how many jobs how many individuals you'll not need to carry this mundane task as well, right? And of course, making things easier. From a government perspective, we try to foster compliance by efficiency. So for ourselves, tax to ensure that our services are very efficient and it's timely for persons and to get their whether the service or their goods. And what we see is an increase in compliance once we make the avenues and the means available. For private sector, they're competing. And this is a person who can offer the most attractive package. And of course, the ease of obtaining that service or product. We visited a port in Valencia in 2014, we're now in 2021. And we are still integrating, for example, all our software between ourselves, the terminal operators and other government agencies involved in the whole clearance of cargo. When we visited that port in Valencia, what we saw was manless, the straddle carriers. There were autonomous straddle carriers on the port moving containers, right? Hundreds of, when you look at the flow and how fluid and how efficient they were, it's like just trucks just driving by in one long stream, and it speaks to the level of efficiency. So while we're discussing some of these technology, they are very much in place in other parts of the world, in other economies, and working seamlessly. And so we could adapt, we could choose to adapt, learn from others, and not try to reinvent the wheel. They're on the other side, they're in a different market space, and we could use some of the lessons learned to of course, shorten the adoption and learning curve in our space, and to bring, of course, the services or the goods to market as well. So there's a lot that is happening in other parts where technology is just being applied. Singapore, when you look at their airport and their passenger control systems, the amount of technology that is embedded and persons are seemingly walking off the plane, but how many times that data on that single passenger would have been reviewed by multiple border agencies. So there's a lot for us to learn. It's whether we want to choose a long path or we want to look now as to where, of course, the technology can has applicability in our environment and adopt and move on. If not, make it better as well, because there's always room for improvement.
Excellent point. So my learning so far is that, listen, let's go in and fail fast and adopt these technologies. Students, academic staff, industry players like ourselves here, we should go in and actually fail fast, regardless of the cost, Mrs. Watson. I'll come back to you on that in a moment in terms
That's
of the cost.
research.
I'll come back
That's
to you.
research.
But Dr. Campbell, you want to weigh in, and Mr. Scarlett, you want to weigh in on this point of the technology being a fad. Sometimes we jump on a highway which is the wrong one, and we go down the wrong one, we realize it's a dead end. Any view on this one?
I'll pass this one.
Pass, ditto, okay, ditto. All right, and Sir Scarlett, all right.
But my thoughts are the same in terms of jumping on fast and
Really,
pivoting
yes.
if we need to pivot.
So here what then, based on that point, the future technology CEO or leader or professional or polymath or transdisciplinary skilled individual. You see how much words I have for the one person. Before some of us came on the call, I was referring to a man or a woman who has skill in more than one set of disciplines. Could be 3 in a lifetime. Got the argument that in order for us to keep up with this robust technology transformation that we see going on here, you can't be just a man in one skill discipline all your life and think that you're going to survive. You know, so in other words, the future technology CEO, leader, professional, or transdisciplinary skill individual, right? What is it that they're going to need to have in their toolkit? What are the characteristics in the toolkit that if Joy is a polymath, or if Trevor is a polymath, or Ernest is a polymath, what is the skills, please? What 3 skills or disciplines or 4 or 5 you'll need to have to stay ahead of the game? Mark you, I learned something 10 years ago that a man takes about 10 years to become the master in a discipline. And it might take about 2 to 5 years to learn one thing, probably. So we learn it, we teach in IT, we teach programming and so on. I take you 2 to 5 years to develop some level of mastery, but an expert is 10. Now you are saying, boy, if you're going to survive with these technologies and be able to use them to transform your lives, you might need to learn other disciplines. Is this possible? The future technology leader, what is your view on the characteristics of the tools and the skill set that these individuals must have, if at all we need them?
So, Prof,
Yes,
I had put my hand up to speak about the fad thing.
Oh, sorry, go ahead on that.
I'll speak quickly on that and then roll into the technologist. But your question about how do you know if something is a fad or not is you don't. I mean, if you look at, and you had mentioned when you started discussing it, Gartner. I mean, if you look at Gartner's hype cycle, when something really, really becomes accepted is when it has gone over the peak of that cycle and people stop talking about it like a novelty. But when you look at the time period that it takes to overcome that peak in that hype cycle, it does take some time. So, when people often ask me about blockchain and when do I think, blockchain will become mainstream? I said, when people stop talking about it. Because I mean, nobody talks about TCP/IP anymore. But without TCP/IP, there will be no internet. Now, at the beginnings of the whole internet, all of the people involved in building that space was talking about protocols, and TCP/IP was a huge part of it. TCP/IP is the underpinning of the internet. Well, who talks about TCP/IP? Nobody does. Now, the underpinning of value exchange will be blockchain. We're talking about blockchain now. When it becomes accepted is when you stop talking about it, right? And that's when it's on the downside of that hype cycle, right? So I think with that said, it's like, look, you don't know. Just throw stuff on the wall, see what sticks, and then keep moving with it. Because the fact is, you don't know. What you want to do is simply ensure that you stick to some basic principles when you're going down the pathway of innovating. Because if you don't do that, then you stand to lose a lot of investment in that. But you really don't know what's gonna hit. As I think Dr. Campbell mentioned, I think it was Dr. Campbell, when Post-it became a thing, that wasn't the plan. Can I remember that story? Post-it wasn't the plan.
That's Mr.
Glue.
Scarlett.
Oh, Mr. Scarlett, okay. Glue was the plan. But it never worked, and it just so happened that something else came out of it, and that something else became crazy popular. So, I think that, you can't shirk from trying. I mean, that's what innovation is all about. Because you never know what's gonna hit and what's not gonna hit, what's gonna be a fad, what's gonna blow up. So that was, my take on that. As it relates to the technologies, the multifaceted individual. I'm gonna just, add my take in this form. When I was before I left to go to college to get a degree, one of the mentors who went to the college came and spoke to me before I left in Jamaica here. And he said something very profound to me. He says, look, in Jamaica, everybody likes to make a big deal out of degrees. It's something that you must get, and it's, this badge of honor and all of that, yippity-doo that stuff. He says, listen, the only thing that a degree signifies is that you have the aptitude and discipline to learn, right? Says that's all it does. Says you're going to an aeronautical institution to do aerospace engineering, great. You can go there and learn to fly and get aeronautical science degree. They have people who have degrees in forestry flying 747s. Well, how did that happen? They have displayed the discipline and aptitude to learn in acquiring a degree. That can be applied to the skill set mentality that what they would call an IT generalist or a technology generalist would be. Is that, look, if you have the aptitude to learn and understand, all of the tools are there for you to do that. What you want to do, because the playing field is so vast, is decide where you want to focus on. Decide where you want to be good, or what you want to be the expert in, because you're not going to be good at all of them. So if you decide that you're going to be good at 3 or 2 or 4, then decide. But you're not going to be good at everything. You can have general knowledge about a fair amount of stuff, but you can only master, as you say, Prof, a finite number. And it is for you to now choose which ones you want to do, and become that. 4 years ago, I chose blockchain, and I did everything that I felt I needed to do to become extremely knowledgeable in that space, with all the certifications and stuff that I have. But I made that decision based on what I viewed as the future. Everybody has to do that. You look at where you think things are going to go, and you make the decision to become the expert in that space and do what you need to do, use the tools, educate yourself to be knowledgeable in that space.
Excellent point. So you must have the discipline and the stamina That is who defines the polymath. You can learn anything once you decide. All right, I'm going
Absolutely.
to. That's a good point. So I'm going to go to Ket Joy, and then following that order, Andre, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Scarlett, Larkland, and Ronald. What's your view on that one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, let's Ket Joy. The floor
Yes.
is yours.
Yes. So, good point, Trevor. Excellent one. Get your skill set together, get your academics together, so that when you open your mouth, you know what you're talking about and you are proficient in what you're saying. Apart from, you know what we call polymath in this country? You ever hear your parents say you're a jack of all trades, but master of none?
Ah, that's the term. Yes, yes. Yeah. Oh, master of none.
Yeah. But this is the thing, in addition to having the technical skills and any other skills that you may have picked up over the decades, I was introduced to a term about 4 years ago called situational humility. You remember when the miners, I think in Malaysia, were caught in a flooded mine?
Right.
And everybody across the world was trying to put their heads together. All the great minds around the world were putting their heads together, and Musk thought he had it. But this guy flew up from Australia and he went to the mine and he actually executed it and saved the people, and Musk was upset because he thought he was more brilliant than the guy, and he said something derogatory about the guy. The guy sued him and he had to apologize, a rare apology. But this is what situational humility is. The leaders are clear that they don't know what to do, but combined with curiosity allows psychological safety to take risk and find solutions. We have to learn.
That's deep, Mrs. Watson. That's a so colleagues, isn't that deep? That's deep. I have to take a minute here, please. Hold on, that's very deep.
Yes, so you could know all you want to know. You could be the polymath from now till the cows come home, but you don't have all the solutions.
Yes.
You just don't. So look to your right. One of us won't be here next year. Is it really about vicious competition or about teaming to find solutions using all your expertise?
Excellent point.
Excellent point. Actually, it is a brilliant point. It's a brilliant point on several fronts, in that what Trevor answered was the individual toolkit that person would have. But considering that you run an organization or you run a business, do you need to be a polymath for the business? And that jack of all trade thing, Mrs. Watson, in the context of business and technology application, you have to be the jack of all trades and master of them too, in order to make any money. So we shouldn't leave that piece out. So is that in an individual person? Yes.
You find yourself, you come with your bag, but something happens in the business. Everybody throw them bag of tricks.
Yes, this is a very excellent conversation. Yes.
To say, I want to try this. Will it work? And them say, no, it won't work because I tried that last year and it flopped, but try this. And you have to have the humility to say, okay, let's try that. But maybe it will be paired with something that Andre knows because he worked in that place 10 years ago.
I
and
got
he
you.
knowledge I don't have.
I got you. That collaboration piece. I got you. Colleagues, it's a learning moment.
Yes. Guys, they team constantly. But in France, everybody have them knowledge up to them chest. They don't share knowledge.
Yes. Culture people. So okay, so I take that point, and it's a very valid point, and I think that's all runners and up, because it sort of has a lot of implications to it, based on what Mrs. Watson just said. But let me allow some others to jump in onto the discussion. Ronald, you had your hand up, and then I think
no. I was just celebrating her points. They were excellent.
You were celebrating the point. Larkland, what is it, the Google perspective on this? Because you guys are jack of many trades to up there, let's start with Larkland and then continue in that fashion.
I think it kind of built on what Kit Joy just said too. So there's two things. You need to have a concept of continuous learning. So as an individual, you need to have a sense of continual learning. I mean, most I'm a member of the British Computer Society, and one of their requirements to remain chartered is that you have to maintain a certain amount of CPD per year, you know,
Yes.
so you have to stay abreast of what's going on. So continuous learning is important, and that's critical. The other piece that's important that Kate Joy mentioned earlier, and I'm going to expand on it a little, is the whole concept of being collaborative. I mean, in Google, this is a big part of the culture. It means that our CEO doesn't tell us how to do anything, literally. He tells us what the outcome that he wants to achieve, and he allows the employees to come up with solutions. So you have to build a system of collaborative, you know, engagement around with employees and leaders, whereby you give them you empower them to make decisions and to solve problems, right? And so you as a leader is not going to know all the things that you need to know, but by listening to your employees, by being a listener, I think John Maxwell actually made a good point. He's saying in the 5 levels of leadership, position is level 1. So it's like the lowest level. So having a position is not enough. What's important is the ability to listen and to learn, and then you can lead, right? So you have to think through those things and say, well, how do you collaborate better? How do you show humility in terms of learning from others and using the skills of others? You know, and I think Google is very big on that, actually.
Google is very big. So by extension, you're saying companies need to have that interwoven into their fabric.
Yes.
As a part of the of what we are in Jamaica and the Caribbean. Okay, I want that probably somebody to answer that. Probably that's a Google, and it sounds easy to say because that culture is ingrained, but that culture in our Caribbean space here is not. You know, how do we treat with that, given that that reality is not there? You know, is it that the leader, is it that we have to create these people because probably these people are not here in the numbers we would like them, or are they born, or what is it? I mean, it's good that Trevor said that those are the skills they should have, but you know, knowledge and skills and things are all learned. I mean, should we be producing these people? I don't know. I want to get that sense of. There's 2 comments in the chat so far. Okay, institutional humility. We must deconstruct the current. You know, we have to deconstruct the culture. You said, okay, we need to deconstruct the. I'm not sure how we're going to do that. Somebody probably can. I probably have to way back in again, Mrs. Watson. How, as a sociologist, how do you deconstruct the culture?
As a sociologist, no, make a talk on that one. Oh dear. In corporate culture, not even corporate, just the business culture of the Caribbean in general, where we put so much emphasis and importance on the least thing, according to Andre said it or Linkledln said it, position.
Yes.
We put that ahead of everything else.
Yes.
It has to be turned on its head. And for you to change the culture of any organization, any entity, you have to cut off the head. Don't fool yourself.
Elaborate on that. That's a very strong term you have used. Colleagues, would you say it's a very strong term the lady has? When you say cut off its head, what are you really saying?
Remember now, the culture is set from the top. So it's not a physical thing we're talking about now.
Yes,
Let's think of it academically. It would have to mean a changing of the minds from the very top for you to remain viable and profitable in the next 10, 20 years post this pandemic depression. And it is very clear that companies see their balance sheets are in red, but they are still employing traditional ways to recoup, not realizing that those will not work going forward. So if you have a board with a tech CIO sitting there and he gets heard and effectively heard, they will have to come to terms with the fact that the current modus operandi must be made redundant and a new way of thinking and doing business must take place. If there is resistance to that, you need a new board. And if these boards have shareholders, and the shareholders who are more savvy and realizing them not getting them dividend check start making noise to say, listen, we're not getting any checks, you're not pivoting, you're not moving with the times, then that will trigger a change of boards. And if we speak in the language of money, they haven't lost enough money.
Oh, Mrs. Watson, I'm so grateful that you're on this session with us this evening. That sociology piece is a very constructive element of argument that it's a valuable lesson in the corporate space. Yes.
It's a new sociology of management. Whatever we learn from Keynes and all these economists that we stood on their shoulders 10 to 40 years ago. Thanks for the shoulders, but we need new shoulders now, and they're emerging. But you have to allow them to emerge and bring us to the next stage.
Excellent point. We can write a book, Mrs. Watson. I must tell you, Dr. Campbell and Mr. and Trevor. I want to follow on Mrs. Watson's point here.
Okay, yeah. I just want to add one thing to Ket Joy's contribution.
Yes.
Well, unless corporate sees the pandemic as a significant emotional event, the culture will never change.
Oh, yeah.
It will never change. And being a student of the Bible, there are many examples in the Old Testament that showed how God dealt with culture change, very radical. But I shall not say so on this forum. All right, so significant emotional event has to take place, and it takes very dramatic situations in our country and the Caribbean, it seems, for this to happen. And I do hope we seize the moment and see this as such. I wanted to comment about the question of the future technology CEO. And I would say I ditto most of all of what have been said regarding the modeling of continuous learning, being a good listener and stakeholder. And because I come from the viewpoint that I believe that the next set of CEOs will emerge from the ranks of the CIOs. So I'm kind of biased towards that in terms of all the disruptions that will take place, all the learning that must take place. It's going to take this kind of special person or personality to do it. And we know that the knowledge don't rest in any one human being. So therefore, you're going to have to build a strong team. So you're going to have good team building skills around you. That's part of your learning. Having people with the outstanding domain knowledge that are leading in all the areas and have them as part of your team. You know, knowing how to pick and acquire the best talents there are. Having thought leaders in your team, you know, people who are always disrupting and asking the difficult questions, forcing you to think lopsided ways. Understanding your customers. And one writer says, understanding your customers from the outside in view. So you take the perspective of the customer and do understand it well. You know, as I said, that something came to light, and I shared that with you this week, Professor Thorpe, that I wrote to a very respectful company in Jamaica who has not been responding to my request for them to give me good service, and I used a sociology approach to responding to them, to ask them, and I literally told them that I knew what they were going to do with my mail. I told them that I know it would end in the bin. I told them that I know that at least one of them would read it. I told them that the leaders, the creators of the institution are rolling in their graves because of what they have done. And I call them the educated ones have done with their institution by forgetting the loyal customers. So they're forgetting from where they came from. So I'm saying that, and what happened, what came out of that? Within 3 days, I have received 2 responses from them. They have taken on this personally because I dare to say that I know you're going to throw it in the bin, but I know at least one of you will read it. So I cannot touch some sensitivity point there. I think some Caribbean people are still so sensitive to thin skin, and we need to use that approach to disrupt them. All right, I say no more.
Excellent point. Thank you very much, Dr. Campbell, for that contribution indeed. And Mr. Forrest, floor is yours. Hand up. Yes.
So, I guess I'm always going to end up being the controversial one with some of these things, but I take a slightly different or nuanced view of what was pointed out by Kesjai. And it might go a little outside of the ambit of this grouping, but it is I feel it's important nonetheless. All right, first thing, you see this whole thing about C-level people?
Yes.
In the future company, there will be no such thing. This is my view.
Elaborate. Right. Sounds interesting. Elaborate. Yes.
Things are going to evolve to the point where this whole thing about, do you recall what existed before a chief executive somebody?
Disruptive.
Many moons ago, there was no such thing as a CEO,
Yes, open doors.
Right. So in the future, you're going to find that the CXO, as we know, it's going to disappear. But I want to focus on what I view as a more important point. And this is specific to our country and our region. Oftentimes, we don't play the effect that slavery and our colonial masters has had on our mindset and culture. It is perhaps the reason why we accept less than, less than we should in the form of service. It is perhaps why we accept or do less than we can insofar as innovation and elevating, or not only ourselves, but our own people. Both from an entrepreneurial, individualistic sense and collectively. Because a lot of times, some people are not even aware that they're susceptible to what happened and what was brought upon us by our colonial masters through slavery, which is something that has perpetuated for decades, or centuries, I should say. So for people who are entrepreneurs, one of the things you go through in the whole entrepreneurial cycle is a phase where you think you're crazy because everybody else is looking at you like you're crazy. Because when you go to school, you're taught quite literally to go and work for somebody. And it's a discussion we've had on here many times. Well, now, when you look at the educational system, we still hang on to the concepts that were imposed upon us by the churches that caused the creation of the schools, the Anglican churches, the Baptist churches, and so on. And these things continue to be put into our brain. Now it is that says, okay, there must be a big man, there must be a boss, and that boss must have one bag of education, and it's him we're gonna follow. It is the same reason why we vote for the leader of a party versus the candidate who is to represent you, right? This is a mindset that we have, and it permeates all strata of our existence in our country. Now, when you understand that, you start to now look back on how you effect change in an organization, whether it's cultural or otherwise. And you have to understand these realities to understand how you effect change, right? Because, and I'll use government as an example because it's perhaps the best use case I can give, and it is the one that frustrates me and many other people the most. In government, we create processes, okay? And then we have a big problem when we need to change things. Government takes a long time to change. And when you realize that the purpose of a process was to tell people how to do something without ever changing it, you start to understand why it's difficult to change things and why change management is so important. Now, when you're going to talk about changing a culture, you have to understand what caused the culture to be there, just like what the process was there to do, in order for you to understand how you're going to change it. Now, in digital transformation models, and there are some pillars that we typically use in our methodology for helping companies digitally transform. We say that, look, for you to successfully digitally transform, you must understand how to do change and understand that change requires a fundamental shift or disruption in how organization and organizational structure works. So now you have to be in a situation where you're not only the man at the top and the board, they're not the only ones who need to change, right? So yeah, you know, the common thinking is, boy, it have to come from the top. Yes, but also you have to make those in the middle and down at the bottom comfortable communicating with those at the top, right? And you know, the argument is, yeah, well, that has to come from the top. Well, if people are sufficiently empowered, they will compel the top to listen to them, right? But if your mindset is that, boy, anything the big man say, no, that may I do, then that'll never happen, right? Now, when you look at, and I'm sure you know our participants from Google can tell you that when you go to a Google campus, you know, which is their office, when it's like them campus, the way in which they function is a far cry from certain campuses or businesses in Jamaica or in this region, because you would never think to see a CEO walk into his office in jeans and a t-shirt. The man have to wear a suit, tie, because it projects something. It's a cultural thing, right? We still feel, as COVID has shown, that work is somewhere you go, not something you do. So these are a lot of the complex little things that we have to understand when we're talking about truly changing, truly growing, and understanding that, look, know the root cause and try to adjust that, right? Get people out of a particular mindset that has been passed down to them through their own family and don't even know. And when you do that, you start to see some side effects, some big side effects of how people think, right? It has to start in the earliest part of our education, but understand our educational system is fundamentally flawed because it is based on concepts that are designed to keep us from growing, right? So if you don't understand and realize that, which is still why we don't train people to be entrepreneurs, even today in tertiary institutions, because that's not what was supposed to happen.
Getting there,
right?
we're getting there, Trevor, we're getting there.
Right? But understand though, this is why that is the case, because a lot of times, even the people at the top don't even realize that the things they're pushing is based on how them grow up, how them learn, and they don't realize, some of them, that look, you're going to have to do a complete, you know, disruption or
360
breakdown of some fundamental things that plague us in order to really change stuff, right? So when somebody becomes an entrepreneur in Jamaica, that's against the norm, right? So people say, oh, you're mad. Why you not go work for somebody? When you're growing up, your parents say you must go to school, get an education so you can go work for somebody. Where did that come from, right? That is the kind of stuff that we have to look to erase out of the psyche, culture, and mentality of our people to really start to realize, you know, the real capabilities, because it is painful, and I'll end with this, it's painful to see a people who are so innovative, but they're caged in their innovation. Because the man them who put you in this position know exactly what them did do, because they saw the capability and capacity of the people that they were constraining. We need to see that, and we need to adjust how we do things, how we grow and teach our people from day one to take themselves out of that mindset and culture. And then you start to see new things happening in a very different way.
Point, Trevor. This is not a simple conversation at all on Caribbean technology thought leadership. It coming like that one point alone. We could write a book about it, because socially deconstructing how we should think to build out the skills is not an easy problem.
Yeah. Prof, if I may,
Yes.
just weigh in on the
Go
point.
ahead, Andre.
Yeah, I while I agree with Trevor that there are some underlying issues and it's more widespread, there is indeed a change that is happening. It's happening now because persons are being forced to change. They're being forced to adapt to a changing world. 2020, 2021, and next year, it really is going to set the course of the years to come. A lot of CEOs might not survive. A lot of companies might not survive.
Exactly.
But I have to say though, from a government perspective, and even discussions and solutions that we're looking at with private sector, a change is actually happening. There are a number of government ministries, heads of entities, and certainly from some of the highest levels having to do with ministers, etc. They are demanding more. They're demanding efficiency. They are demanding a different way of doing things. And they're not only saying it, they're actually pushing, they're driving as well. I don't know, I've been blessed with maybe the last 4 CEOs who have been really transformational leaders themselves. They are radical changers. And we're not fearful of making change. And thankfully, it was in the direction of apply technology to make things much more efficient and of course, to put us to where we are and where we want to be in the next 3 to 4 years. But I'm seeing it in other government ministries as well. Like I said, private sector is in a space where they have to compete to continue to exist. But certainly from government, a lot more is being demanded of us in terms of efficiency. And we see the benefits when we provide efficient services. When you look across a number of government agencies, they are adopting the technology, are applying it, but there's a lot more room for improvement. That's the biggest room in the house, room for improvement, and there's a lot more to come. But I do agree with him, though, that there are a lot of those types of leaders. We want to see that sort of working relationship that, of course, our Linkledln had described, where the CEO will pull from the minds and encourage creativity and finding solutions, better ways of doing things, and not be fearful of change. A lot of power still resides in the pen, and a lot of persons would hold back from applying technology because of that. But of course, a change is still on the way. It is happening. I think COVID has accelerated that change, certainly from a government perspective. And we are seeing more demands from private sector, certainly from our trade environment as well. And they are coming on board. We have a lot of partnerships going. So the change is on the way. It's not, though, as widespread as we would like it, but it is happening.
So one of the things too, is, can I say something, Sean? I don't know.
Yes, go ahead. I think I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
I
Dr.
think one of the
Campbell.
one of the things I'm going to add in there is that what you have to do is find ways to incentivize innovation. For example, most tech companies here in the Valley, they would pay the employee money to file patents, for example. So,
Right.
right. So, you could file 10 patents and you could make what, maybe $50,000 a year extra, just by being an innovative employee. So,
Interesting,
yeah,
because the cost of a patent is about 50,000 US for us
yes,
to, yeah.
So you're encouraging creativity.
yes, exactly. So you have
That's
to
it. That's it. That is
change
it.
culture. Yeah, change the
I
culture.
just want to add something here.
Dr. Campbell, yes.
Yes, the Jamaican government has used the customs fee structure as one of its major revenue source. This did not happen overnight. It happened and it came out of the same past that Trevor referred to. Because up until in the 70s, or up until independence, what were we seen as? We were seen as countries that would produce raw material. So we produced the sugar, the brown sugar, but we had to ship the sugar to the United Kingdom. They refine it and send it back to us. We could not produce finished goods and ship it to England. It was a no. We couldn't do that. We had to partner with somebody, the Ricketts and Coleman from there. You had to find a company that existed in England. They had to come here and set up and make it under their brand. So when we speak of the whole culture of why we are the way we are, it is in our very DNA. We have been beaten down in so many ways to think the way we think. So as I say, this is the generation that will have to change. This is a generation that will have to be disruptive. This is a generation that must use the tax laws
Black hole generation.
to the advantage of the country and its growth and development. The other day I was asking a question. I said, why don't the government use the tax laws, for example, to incentivize entrepreneurship and all of that by giving tax write-off to people who will invest in specific projects to push the development of technology or to push healthcare or to push whatever the focus is, digitization, cloud technology, whatever. Why can't they do things like that? And they tell you, no, the revenue is, we have to look at it based on how much revenue is going to be given up. They never look at it as a model that say, let us release this entrepreneurial fervor that is in this new generation that has been so educated, right? Like when when I graduated from university, less than 1.5% of the population had a first degree. Now, how much percent have so many degrees? Huh? Compare that.
No more than 5%.
That kind of stride.
Yeah.
So we need to start doing those things.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what I have to say.
Yeah. I just want to add quickly, Prof, on that point, though, that Dr. Campbell had made. Certainly, a lot of persons might not know because we don't speak often about what is given to a particular set of traders or a particular sector. But many persons would not know that for every dollar that we earn, a dollar is waived in terms of growth in particular sectors. The Manufacturing and Exporters Association is one of the fastest growing and one of the most powerful group of persons in the country, and their operations are heavily incentivized by the government. Bringing that raw material, they have extensive benefits.
Right.
right? A lot of persons don't know that, but they do have a lot of benefits, and that is why the government is encouraging entrepreneurship, encouraging the production of goods that can, of course, go out as exports, and compared to persons who are interested in importing finished goods. The hotel sector, encouraging persons to produce locally to provide them with all that they need, whether it is beds, etc., this the types of furniture. So for every dollar that we earn, there's a dollar that is given away, which a lot of persons, we don't speak about it. So it's really not so much about,
I didn't even really
Andre,
know.
Andre,
it's not so much about the what we're
I
earning,
know about it. I know about it
but
because of
so
my early days
yes,
with the central bank and the formation of the JECIC, which is the predecessor to the Exim Bank.
right,
Programs that were put in place.
right.
So,
And there are incentives on technology. I mean, there are no customs duties on computers, laptops, tablets. There's just GCT. A lot of persons still don't know that they can actually go ahead and purchase these items, and of course, benefits for it. That's one of the thrusts for fostering a digital society. So there's a lot that has been done. I said to the commissioner that we have done a poor job of informing persons. It's not for us to do, but certainly from the ministry level. But there are a lot of benefits that persons are not capitalizing on.
So this is a very important conversation, Caribbean technology thought leadership. This question has hold our attention for a while, that it has implications for the rest of questions, but the skill set of the future technology CEO, I'm now at the point where I think we have to go write a small book about it. It holds our attention so long that it is a deep-seated conversation. So
We do it next week.
yes, so Mrs. Watson, I will take the last point on this one. And we're going to move on to the whole issue then of how we tell students to transition for careers and what the university should do. Sorry, Trevor looked like he had to jump off the call. He said he had to leave, but thank him for coming anyway. But this one is definitely another important step in the motion. But Ketjar, the floor is yours. What were you going to say next on this point?
I'll wait, because I think one of the gentlemen got the point that I was going to say. But if you want to preface the sentence, I was.
So let's process the next question. So seeing then that the skill set of a future technology CEO or leader, as all of you have been saying, all of you on this call have been saying, the polymath has to really be somebody who has discipline, stamina, willing to learn, agile, all the characteristics, and to learn 2 or 3 areas and be committed at it. It sounds like definitely not only a very tall order, but the culture of change is necessary to drive those outcomes. So then it brings the question, if this pandemic is forcing us to change, who is responsible then for the career of the students who will be leaving the colleges, like Exed is here, UTech, all these other institutions? Who will be responsible for the careers of these youngsters in this pandemic and post-pandemic? Is it them? Or like many have said to me before, it should be the government? What says the panel here on this view? Let me start with Ronald and then Oret and then Larkland in that order going back. Ronald, you have a view on this? Who is responsible for the career of youngsters leaving the university or colleges or high schools in this post-pandemic, or in this pandemic, I should say rather?
Well, kind of out of my depth here, but I would say it's shared, right? Because I'm thinking of my own situation before I joined Fortinet, when I was looking for people for my team. The traditional resume I got, I went to this university, etc. But the point is that, and let me just use an engineer as an easy example. The student who did X amount of years at UA or UTech was not prepared to be an engineer to assist me, and by extension to assist the customer. They were not, right? So what would happen is that the person who came in with industry certifications, that went to the top of the pile. And then I'd look at their, level of experience, blah, blah, blah. Trevor spoke to this whole traditional model and our traditional way of determining how people should be educated and essentially how they, because it's going to market to sell yourself, right? How you're going to say, okay, I am capable, I am ready, I am going to be involved in this whole digital transformation or be an agent of it. And I think for us to have our people prepared, and let me just put it in perspective. When I joined Fortinet, globally, there was a shortage of 2 million professionals for cybersecurity alone.
Still is.
Right? And no, that number has grown. And yet still, we are, and I said I would say parents, not so much the government, and I'll tell you why I agree to Andre's point. Parents and institutions are still insisting that an IT professional go to university and get a degree. They're not segmenting it to say, okay, looking at the different disciplines or and we keep using the term aligning because of how diverse and the depth of the industry these days, you literally have to align the individual to the market. In other words, am I going to be a software engineer, a network engineer, or whatever it is? It's the requirements are all different, right? Now, why I said to Andre's point is that I have seen and I've personal experience where the government has been insisting that the training be more specific to fit the need.
Yes.
And I think that's a chorus we all have to fall behind, and it comes back again to this whole traditional thing. I give an example. I was in Germany some years ago, and I saw these guys in these funny costumes, and apparently they had just graduated with a master's in carpentry. Never heard of anything like that in my life. A master's in carpentry? What the hell is that?
At first, I hearing about it too. Thank you for telling me. Masters in carpentry. Yeah.
And then I realized that in Germany, and I went to other European countries, and I found the same thing. They look at your aptitude and your capabilities, right? There's a guy who's going to go to the traditional business school, blah, blah, blah. But you may be better at, with your hands and a particular your skill set is different. And they have, what they call apprenticeship schools, right? In I think in Norway is a different name, but in Germany it's apprenticeship schools. Now, out of that specification, out of that understanding that I need to fit this person or these type of individuals with this segment of the market, what you found is that more innovation. Why? Because you cannot take somebody who that's not where their capabilities are and tell them to go an X-year degree and expect anything is going to come out of it. But the guy who is, let's say, I don't know, good with metallurgy or whatever it is, he comes out and invents a new way to create engine blocks, for example. Why am I saying this? If you look at Germany, Sweden, Norway, none of, when you look at all of the brands that we're used to, and you look at how they're structured to inform their people in terms of what their approach to education should be, right? The approach is, it's a best fit approach, but it's also an approach that allows for you to just learn. And it's not applied with the pressure, oh, you must have this to get this particular job. It is learn what you want to learn, but the direction you should go in must be the best fit for you. So we ourselves need to get away from this nonsense of that you must have this plaque hanging on your wall and understand that individuals are going to need to be allowed to explore where their capabilities are or where the aptitude is. And believe me, from that, the innovation over there, if we're going back to the whole technology space now, there are a lot of guys who have worked with who are excellent engineers. They would not do well in a regular academic setting. They would fail. Yes. And because they would fail, they would not have a job today, or not lead a team, or not be contributing to all the various projects that they've done successfully because they didn't get a degree.
Yes. Yeah.
And
valid point. good point.
Prof, I don't know if I could just jump in on the tail
Yeah,
end of
yes,
that.
man, people can
Yeah,
jump in at different points here.
yeah,
No,
I'm agreeing 100% with what Ronald had said, because after going through a series of interviews, he is right. There are persons who may very well satisfy the requirement of having a master's in terms of their additional knowledge and experience. And when you look even at some of the entities that some of these individuals work with, they are limited, and they'll tell you that they're limited by the software stack or the technology stack that the company is using. But then you'll find someone who doesn't have a master's, but he is well certified in a number of areas and is far more skilled in terms of a number of areas. Whether he can do websites, he can do mobile development, he has aspects of security certification as well. And these are the persons who really are the better of the lot. And they might not have a degree, they might not have a master's, but the fact is that these are highly skilled individuals. That's one of the deficits that we're seeing really in the industry. So there really is a shared responsibility between public, private sector and the universities in trying to ensure that we equip these persons, align them with the direction in which the industry is going, are aligning them with the demand, so that these persons, even after leaving school, could potentially go right in. Yes, we'll have to do some amount of upskilling. Yes, we'll have to do some amount of additional training, but at least they should come prepackaged and are able to add some value. That's one of the things that I'm always fearful of, and I've seen it in terms of persons. What we have seen though, thankfully, is that a lot of youngsters have actually taken their own look on industries, whether they're interested in security, and they are through their own through self-interest are aligning themselves and ensuring that they get the additional certifications. Even some of them, while they're in university, they're coming out with some of these certifications as well. I think that's a smart thing to do. But no, how can we include more of this into the university curriculum so that these persons can come out and are pretty much almost being ready to filter right into the businesses that will need that sort of skill set. We spoke about developers, and how is it that the curriculum that they're teaching is aligned with the need for the market. We even spoke about the shortage of Oracle database administrators, Prof. That's a huge gap that Jamaica has. Fortinet is and its suite of solutions are now trending, and we're seeing persons pursuing those sort of certifications and training. So how can we assist them in bringing them closer to being ready for the market? That's one of the questions.
all right, I'm gonna allow Kate Joy to go on, and as we answer the questions across the floor, I want to play devil's advocate, and I'm saying Trevor had left. Why is it the responsibility of the universities to have to prepare persons to have the final commensurate skill set? I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Because you
hold on. Knowing fully well that the academic institution's role is education. But some of the things you speak about in this forum so far is training, where the lifelong learning skills of training, yes, the university may have components of that available to students, but isn't it the responsibility of the students as the individuals to come out of the universities, or better yet, prepare their careers, seeing that some may or may not necessarily need a degree or want a degree, to be able to come and fit the needs of your company, Andre, or to fit the needs of your company, Ronald, or 876 for Trevor. I put it to you that where the university has done the 3 or 4 year degrees and it prepares a graduate for graduation, or the colleges do the same, and we do include some of the technology stack into the outcomes. Would it be necessary that we have to give you all those numbers, because it still comes down to the individual mindset to be a polymath based on the earlier points in this conversation? I want you to hold that one closer, coming back to it, and get Joy. This is what we call Caribbean technology thought leadership. Right? I serve in
Prof, I like when you turn that one around quickly, man.
Turn it around quickly.
Let me try. Let me try. Last Christmas term, I taught business classes at high school. And I taught economics, macro, micro, and principles of business. And one of the first questions I asked when I went in, what you gonna be when you grow up? And of course, at this particular high school, business department is not the feature. Science is the feature. And everybody said, my mother said, my father said, I should take this as like an additional option. And still, this is the set that don't reach university yet. The traditional way of educating our children still persists. The traditional educational model that we have been fed, post-colonialism, kills the creativity of the children coming up. By the end of that term, I had people who could rap, I had people who could code, I had people, but they're on a track for doctors and lawyers. I had people who could dance, all kind of people. And then I said to them, be known that your generation will be the generation that will be polymaths. What's that, miss? I said, it's not enough just to be a doctor. You're going to need a patient registration system. And you must know how to work that. And doctoring is hard. At 7, you need to find a jam session and play your guitar. Yes? So there was a gentleman I follow a lot. He has the hottest TED Talk ever. Sir Ken Robinson, God rest his soul. He died last year. He said the tyranny of common sense, doing what has always been done. It's the tyranny. We need to move away from that old education model. 10 years ago, I would have said the government need to find training institutions for the people who want certification in X, Y, and Z. 10 years ago, I would have said that. But we don't need the government to do that. Tech is here. You can go online. You can go on udemy.com.
Exactly.
And you can certify yourself.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying? So we no longer have that excuse to the extent that those things are available. Universities, global universities, are in danger of becoming obsolete if they continue to feed this constant meal of the traditional way of doing education. You need to change the curricula. The curricula, I can't still be going to university and hearing about Marx and Weber. God bless them, that's one session. We need to move on from that now.
Agreed.
Yeah, we must move on.
That means the lecturer needs to be a polymath. The teachers need to be a polymath. The mentors need to be a polymath. That's what we're saying.
Is why they can't take away lecturers' research portion of his salary, a touching con, because he needs to go and retool. He needs a sabbatical. He needs to publish papers, and he needs to inform himself for this generation that's coming up, that is going to challenge his archaic way of thinking and teaching, because they know more than you.
Yes, it is true. There's no lie there. Students are playing leaps and bounds with respect of knowing some of the content ahead of the two.
The attrition rate in colleges might be going up, not because they're done, but this is obsolete.
Yes. It is a fact. It is a fact.
Sorry, I have a question. Are we also guilty even in terms of the way we speak? I mean, I'm listening to the comments here and we're talking about education and training. Why is me not learning about networking and cybersecurity not seen as education?
No. So the separation of the two is that education tends to be things that are traditional in the literature that doesn't keep changing each time. It's pretty standard. TCP/IP is pretty much going to be remaining the same forever. But
I was asking that question. Sorry, I was asking a question to make a point.
Yes.
When we made that distinction, it's my
Yes.
impression
Yes.
that let's call it the student to make it easy. The student sees it as secondary and probably look down on because is like how we compare somebody who goes to Hart here as opposed to somebody who goes to university.
Right.
Bearing in mind the guy who goes to Hart can actually from his plumbing establish a business and become an entrepreneur.
Yes.
But then again, that comes down to who we define as an entrepreneur again. You understand? That's
Yes.
what I'm saying. I'm not saying it because I don't know. I'm saying it because even in the way we speak, the tone changes, and it's seen as secondary. So they're pushing to get a degree which really has no value to them because it doesn't prepare them for the job.
So I want others to weigh in here. There are academics on the call here, like myself. I am not saying that the degree is not important. Google is here. Google is hiring now without degrees, for example, and other institutions are doing a similar format. In other words, I think this whole issue of being a polymath is the individual taking responsibility for him or herself and say, okay, I'm going to take an education, but at the same time, I'm going to treat myself and my life where I would like to also have those skills that keep me relevant lifelong. You don't find that animal in the same room all the while. Some people say, okay, I forgo the university degree option. Let me do these short courses every 6 months or every year and recertify. But not everybody can afford to do that either. So there's a dichotomy of issues there in the middle that needs to be sort of treated with in a very very kind way. So I'm saying I'm going to say it again one more time, and I'll leave it to the panel. And Trevor is gone, but I'll take him up on it again. I am saying the career for a student in the post-pandemic, regardless of the institution, should be the responsibility of the student. Because when they come to university, it's their remit. In other words, I can think 10, 15, 20 years back when UTech was cast, when we were all at cast, every man taking responsibility for what he learned and recognize that to be relevant in the job market, you better take the education plus do something else. Why should we say that the student should now believe that it is the responsibility of the academia to fully ensure that if the latest technology comes out tomorrow, the institution teaches him or her? And I'm not here perpetuating dinosaur thinking. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Why is that not the responsibility of the student?
Prof, I'll weigh in afterward.
Yeah, Prof, I think that's a dangerous stance.
It's a dangerous stance.
Very dangerous stance for the university. and I agree with what Ms. Watson had said earlier.
Yes.
That you may very well find that the curriculum, the traditional acquiring a master's degree, becomes less of value to the industry. Even recently, less than 3 weeks ago, we were having this very same discussion.
Okay.
That the more talented persons that we're seeing are those who don't have a degree.
Yes.
But they're very skilled and very creative because that is what they have been doing.
Yes.
They've been using their talent, they've been using their own creativity, and they're far more desirable than those persons who have the qualifications but don't have the skill sets because they have sort of been going in this traditional way and they're not ready for the industry. Right? How do you gain experience? You have to get a job to get experience, right? And what sort of jobs? Which company is it that's going to be taking you based on the skill sets that you have coming out of the university? So that's something that, I mean, like I said, it is now being discussed as to what do we look for when we're hiring persons.
Yes, it is an important point.
So that's what I'm saying. Remember, there's a reason why CAS/UTech was preferred for certain skill sets when it comes to hiring when compared to UA, right? And again, there is a shift because what we're seeing now is that persons are getting certified and the skill set that they have is what is now in demand by from the industry, right?
But when CAS was CAS, was it that people were getting certified or they came out with the CAS diploma and were hitting the job running?
I think they were hitting the job running, and that's my point. That was the difference.
So what has gone wrong then if the argument then has not settled?
Prof, can I ask you the question?
No, I'm the
Oh,
moderator. I have executive privilege this evening.
May I weigh in a little bit?
Yes, Dr. Campbell and Mrs. John and Horita all scouts are up. Yes, go ahead, please.
All right.
yes.
As someone who came from a technical school background,
Yes.
I can say that, and a lot of the students in those days that filtered into CAST came through the technical school route. A lot of the students, and so they came from an environment where they were into the practice. You have part of your work, even from the technical school days, you had to go out into industry and do, what do you call it? Not internship, but work experience type.
Yes, work study work experience, yes.
Yeah. So you gain work experience. And the old model of CAS had the work experience component into it, and that was built into it. And a lot of the courses were taught by practitioners.
That's right.
Were taught by practitioners, as compared to, in many instances, we have people who are educated in the theories, but not in the practice. And that was what I referred to when I wrote to this company earlier, that common sense run companies. So common sense seem to be absent from a lot of our students. And when I say common sense, in that they are not so self-directed, they're not motivated to, what I would say, they're not inquisitive enough to want to be the best at what they do. And I have told you this story before, that we have two types of graduates. We have the Bs and the WASP. The B and the WASP went to school together, and they both learned to make the comb. The B stayed back and patiently followed the master and learned eventually about why the comb was shaped a particular way, why the material was a particular material was chosen, and eventually learned to make honey. But the wasp flew out of the nest and said, well, I am a professional and I can do this and I can do that. So we have a lot of the wasps that are out there. So take, for example, your mason and your painter and all those people. They just come and they do a little bit of apprenticeship and they get a little, and they may lay 2 tiles and they come out and tell you that they can lay tiles. And you employ them, but what you save of labor, you spend much more in material, right? So I would say, and I always encourage my students to be a bee and not be a wasp.
Be a wasp. This is a very riveting Caribbean Technology Thought Leadership discussion, yet another Sunday. This is June 13. Leave your comments at the end of the post, please, on this very riveting conversation. I recognize Kate Jordan. I know Scarlett had his hand up before, and then Larkland, in that order, to recognize the persons on the floor. Kate Jordan, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Somebody, I think it was Mr. Donaldson, brought up the shortage of cybersecurity professionals.
Yes, 2.3 million of them. Yes.
Yes, and I remember when he said it, I remember very clearly my husband complaining about the very same thing, because he is a cybersecurity professional, and he said one of the reasons why there is that vacuous thing is that the profession is largely reactionary, it's thankless, and it's injurious to the job, the nature of the job. So you'll have those professionals, but they get burnout in a space of 2 years. So the attrition rate is extremely high in cybersecurity. So, and maybe you need more people, it's younger people coming in, but at the rate at which we're having hacks and whatnot, and the ramifications, if you didn't catch the hack, is so injurious to your job and your profession. They're probably cycling out of cybersecurity. Recently, JBS, the largest meat or beef company in the world, got hacked. $11 million they had to pay. $11 million they had to pay to get their data back.
And they didn't get it back because they're going to be hacked again. There's no such thing.
So you see what I'm talking about. So let me tell you something, guys. Dr. Thompson said it. Theory and practice. Theory and practice. What we're talking about here is a changing of the mindset. Technical school people were looked down upon in the 80s and the 90s. They end up at CAST, what was CAST at the time, and came out smelling like roses, smelling like bees, because they hit the road running. They got the job, but here was the backlash of that. They got the job and were supervised by people who know theory.
That's another profound point.
Yeah, because we still hold very high those things on the wall, because it shows that you know what you're talking about. But if you have to do the activity, that's where you fall down. You find somebody to do the activity, but you know, because you have it right behind you there in a little glass case. We have to flip the script. This is another disruption that must occur. It is not enough to know the theory. You have to be dexterous in these times for your own survival.
You have to be a bee.
And I was sometimes, you know, little bit of wasp, little bit of bee.
All right, Joy, boy, this is a very riveting conversation again. Another week here. I'm going to Scarlett, your hand was up before, and then I have Linkledln next. You know, as a follow through.
So yes, Prof. Yes, man, I'm here. I have so much to say. I don't know how to say it in a little bit.
Take a piece. Let's take a piece.
But let me start out with Trevor's point, because it's a salient point. Where we are coming from in terms of history. And I remember reading a book by Carter G. Goodson. It's called The Miseducation of the Negro. Wow. And a particular phrase has.
I need to write down that book, you know,
it's called The Miseducation of the Negro.
Oh boy. All right, boss. Yes, go ahead.
And a particular phrase has stuck with me over the years. And I'm going to paraphrase quickly. It says that if you can make a man feel that he is inferior and feel that he is an outcast, then you don't have to point him to the back door. He will go without being told. And if there's no back door, he will create one for himself, for his very nature demands one. And that to me is a very important point.
Yes.
And we have to find a way of breaking that mental barrier from the minds of our people. We have to find it as educators. So the question was asked, who is responsible for my career? And I will say quite clearly, I am. I am not going to say that the things around me don't play a part and the educational institution that I went to don't play a part. Of course, they all play a part. Why? Because we are interdependent beings. Yeah, we don't just exist on our own. But at the end of the day, in the final analysis, I have to blame myself for my shortcomings or embrace myself for the things that I do well. And I give a point, just to push back gently on the UTech versus UA story that has always been going around. So yes, I will admit that at the university back in the days, we never learned a whole lot of programming languages. But one thing I remember we learned very well, for those who sat down and learned, was this thing called data structures and algorithms.
Yes.
We learned one programming language for the most part, which was C programming language.
Yes.
And we learned data structure and algorithms.
Agreed.
And I was able to leave UA and walk straight into a job with something known as object-oriented programming, which was not even pretty much being taught at that time. Why? I sat down with a book,
yes,
using my knowledge of data structures and algorithms, and learned object-oriented programming.
exactly.
Now, when I am teaching programming to my students, and they want to learn the newest things, React and Vue and all of those stuff, I said, listen, one of the things that you want to do is to understand fundamentals.
Yes,
Because if you understand fundamentals,
yes,
then you'll be able to apply it to different situations, and you can teach yourself a whole lot of language.
yes,
Today, I know a whole lot of languages. Why? I sit down and I teach it to myself.
yes,
And the point I'm making is that we are living in a wonderful era where we have access to all of these information at our fingertips.
yes,
So we can go and learn. And the
yes,
step that Google is making now, where Google is saying, listen, you don't need a 4-year degree.
yes,
You can come and do this certification, and we have these organizations line up, and if you demonstrate competence, you can
yes,
get a starter job.
yes.
And that's the way that we need to go. Well, that is my view on the whole model.
Brilliant
Finally,
point. Yes,
finally, I had to do a course called Development of Civilization, which I never wanted to do. It took me 3 years to do it. But in my first year, the teacher said something that wasn't even on the syllabus. He mentioned a book, a man by the name of Alvin Toffler, and a book called Future Shock. And there was one particular line that has stuck with me. We must be able to learn, unlearn, and relearn.
relearn. Yes, so
And that is how we take charge of the future.
that's how we tell. Well said. I could give you a round of applause, my brother Butler Champagne.
All right. Was it that Professor Ogier that taught you development of civilization?
It was a professor, I don't remember his name though,
Ogier?
but a tall dark man.
Yes, so that's these are some very profound discussion.
You're after my time then. I went straight to you anyway. So
It's a profound conversation, and I soon come back to Andre and team about, because you see where the conversation is going. Most of us are self-learners, and I think the CAST model came in with the industry self-learners who come to teach the students and go back. But let's discuss that after. Larkland, what is your take on this piece, sir? At this point, I'll have your comments on this.
Yeah, multiple stuff here. Okay, so the first one I would say is that obviously the student is responsible for their career.
Yes.
But I think there are pathways we can provide to them. We can provide them options, right? So
yes,
one of the first thing I would think about, let's take UTech, for example. I mean, if you look at the UK, most universities offer a 1-year experience period. So you go into industry, where you spend a year before you come back and finish a degree. So I think that UTech or UE should think about that model, where they work with industry and the government. This is where the government could broker this kind of thing, right? Where you give incentives or whatever to hire those students for a year so they can get some experience. So that's one angle you can take, right? That's the first angle. The second angle is that take all those certifications that are out there, like, whether it's Cisco or Fortinet or Google. I think like UTech could find a way to give credit to those certifications, because I think also in the UK they have vocational degrees. As somebody mentioned, you can get a degree in carpentry, for example, right? So what I'm saying is that we should have a system whereby you can give credit and you can give a degree that is more vocationally oriented, that's more hands-on and things. So if you could have that approach, that would help as well, right? The other point I want to make too is not just Google, but most tech companies in the US, they don't directly require a degree to apply for any job. If you look at the application, they would say a bachelor's degree or equivalent experience. So they've always incentivized the idea that if you have good experience in the industry, you could still get the same job as a guy with a degree, So, those are 3 points I wanted to make, that I've seen in based on my experience. That you don't have to have a degree per se, but obviously we know that a degree is important in a lot of ways, but you can actually use that the certification, and you could still get credit, because a lot of universities give credit for certifications actually. So I think like UTech, I'm put it back on you, Sean, to say that UTech should find a way to incorporate some of those certifications. For example, cybersecurity. Maybe you should incorporate the Fortinet certification into your degrees.
Well, we do have a Fortinet Academy. So Ronald on the call, we're supposed to be meeting this week. We have a Cisco Academy. We have, Dr. Campbell was the former department head. He started a whole slew of them. And we have VMware Academy. We have Oracle as well. In terms of some of the industry aligned areas for which the needs are there to provide. So,
but you get credit. You got credit for those to taking those certifications.
So now you don't get credit for them in the university system, because just to explain to everyone here, I'll be UTech, UE, or anywhere, the vendor specific certifications do not get counted as a part of the curriculum. We use them for demonstration purposes and to support the content that is in the curriculum. But you don't get the credit for them based on the fact that because today you might be learning Cisco PIX firewalls, but that is now outdated. You have to go to a Cisco fog device, or you have to go to a Fortinet device. And that might change again in 5-10 years time. The mindset of the academic institution is that technologies keep changing so often that they cannot recertify the technologies they provide for education, and they will then align themselves with the training providers who are providing these technologies. So John made the point earlier. There's a high burnout rate for technology professionals that go into the space. We have the statistics that no more than about 30% of those who graduate traditionally from the institutions actually go into their specific field of work. There's a burnout rate, there's a need to move on, there's the fact that you might not be earning enough money. There are all these variables. But what has not been said is that in our local space, demand and supply economics is that when the institutions graduate 400 IT graduates across all the institutions, and then let us start adding Except, for example, who have its own degree programs and so on. We're talking about 400 or 500 tops, and the market is way bigger than that locally. Many of the youngsters are going to try and go abroad because their earnings there are more significantly content than staying here, and they are looking at opportunity at the start. They're looking at opportunity at the start of the career. So, most of us have done it, including myself, go away and actually engage and then come back to be exposed. The big white elephant in the room is that, and serving as JCS president, Jamaica Computer Society president, one of the observations I make is that even in the private sector, where the companies that are hiring, they don't have that talent pool anymore because they're all migrating to Canada and elsewhere to even be able to pass on to the teams that are coming into the companies. So there has to be a pushback on the universities to be able to provide the highly skilled graduate that you need to hit the ground running coming inside your organization, because inside your organization you have already lost staff to migration. So therefore there's no balance between the organization and the academia, such that when you send the new fresh graduate out to upskill that graduate who in probably 2 years, 3 years can be one of your top people, that person is really now expected to come and actually be the top person, because the other person who you would have had there to deliver on those needs gone to Canada or to the United States, and we don't really talk about that piece of it. Now those persons would have taken the skills that they would have had, become the polymath, and then now move to greener pastures with themselves and their families. So the demands on the university are greater now for talent. It is true. The demands are great. I have demands left, right, and center from Monday to Sunday right now. And this is something we don't speak about, because the reality is that the demands are so great. So like, you need, Andre needs database administrators. We actually, I decided, let me just share with you, I decided that while I was at Cable and Wireless, and before it was Cable and Wireless, it was Jamaica Telephone Company. Most of us there as guys would learn, try to learn the system, learn everything. You hear Mr. Scarlett indicate that learning a programming language after you leave school. I left CAS, I went to UA. I went to CAS and UA. I was a dual system. And then the CAS exposure was fantastic because I had industry people showing me real time how to do things, and you have to put in the work, right? UA was somewhat the theory, but I was able to blend the two well. When you go back to private sector to work, and I was in Cable and Wireless working, Java was the language that came on the scene in 1996, 1997. I never came back to the university or college to learn Java programming. We took the book, and as Scarlett indicated, you understand the data structures, you learn the new language and hit the ground running. Now, I say that to say, that was me learning how to be a developer. I went on the other side of the company for a short bit to learn how the database administrators work. Again, tireless effort of being a database administrator. I would sit up in the night with a couple of my colleagues who were doing that, and I said, I just want to learn it. I would get the Oracle 8 book, the Oracle 9 book, and study with them and learn how to set up the systems. And that's how I learned the skill of being an Oracle database administrator. I did Oracle 8, Oracle 9 certification. That was the last time I took an industry certification. And to this day, that knowledge stays with me because I know Oracle 12 and I have now done Oracle 19. I even used to give instructions to other institutions in the past about how to build out that curriculum just based on my self-learning. So I say all of this to say that the need to be a polymath is true, as Mrs. Watson alluded to earlier and what I found earlier. We need to be a polymath. If we are going to find 10 persons who can be a database administrator as being in your organizations now, or a network administrator, it means the graduate have to take it upon themselves to be high impact learners. You read day and night and then apply. And even now, I am doing the same thing at my current self. You know, so I'm saying this is where the gap has gone. Those talent that were here have gone into the diaspora. It's like a Windrush generation moving, and it is hitting government by storm because we have not paid the young people and we have not paid the talent to stay, to build the ecosystem, and the repercussions are now real. Isn't that the real problem? Why we cannot have the transitioning? And now that we are in the middle of a pandemic, the problem has become exacerbated. I put it to you, as the president of the Jamaica Computer Society, I went and created 4 chapters. You know, when I land in Canada, I see the entire eGov. I'm part of Jamaica Customs staff inside of the embassies up there, all working for the other side. Yeah,
Prof, if I could.
So I'm going to allow everybody to weigh in because, you know, I find it a very passionate point, but it's a very important thing to discuss. And we really want to fix this problem of how we realign the business. Otherwise, you're going to have complete decimation of the government agencies the way we would have had it, decimation of the universities the way we would have had it. It will become smaller blocks. That's my take on it. And then what we'll have to have is a minority mindset, borrowing from Dr. Campbell, a minority mindset of talent. Anywhere in the world, you can get them to do what you need to do. And we no longer worry about the geography of who is in Jamaica and who can do the work or not. If they're in Canada or they're in the US or they're in Europe, you import them and say, listen, you're still Jamaican or you're still a part of us, let's work on projects. But this is a very, very fundamental point in terms of the transformation and transition of technology and technology leadership that I don't know how to answer it all, but the floor is back to you. And I see Ket Joy, I see Arnett, I see Andre, I see everybody look like their hand should be up going on this one because it's not an easy thing to answer. Go ahead, Ket Joy, yes.
Yeah, there are a number of strategies that a small country like this can employ, and we must take the instructions and the examples of other countries around the world that also face problems like this. And the first one that came to mind is what started the Arab Spring in Tunisia. We do not want to be a country where even the taxi packer has 2 degrees and is unable to find work, and the frustration builds to fever pitch, where an Arab Spring can happen in Tunisia. That handcart vendor, master's degree in education, but because he didn't have a permit for the food cart, they were going to take the cart from the man. And in frustration, he lights himself on fire. 30 days later, a 40-year-old or a 30-year-old regime fell. It went on to Libya. It went on to, you know the story. And it is still going on in Yemen. It's now a failed state, and Syria is up for grabs. Because that's not a democracy, Tunisia. We are a democracy. But here's one solution to the problem. Already we have quite a few educated persons and they with degrees, and they can't get the jobs worthy of the degrees that they purport to have. Let them go. But let them go after 1 year of bond, 2 years of bond, 3 years of bond to the government, to some private sector entity, and you remunerate those persons in such a way that after those 3 to 1 year in bond is up, you have remunerated them in such a way, rewarded them for staying in such a way that they have no longer have an appetite to go. But even if they go, you still maintain some form of alliance, be through the government, be through private sector. Applaud you for making those chapters at the JCS all over the globe, because we're a unique set of people. We go and come as we please. You people here are an example of this very same thing. 2 years ago, I was in a government organization. I had to go visit the CEO, and on walking to his desk, I passed at least a dozen empty desks, and I thought I went at lunchtime, but it was early, and I asked him what happened, and he said, every time the professionals, and these are hydrologists, every time UTech graduates hydrologists, they don't spend more than 2 years. And then they leave and go off. But UTech is not graduating them fast enough to replenish his stock.
That is exactly the point.
What I'm talking about? So exactly. there must be a counterbalance. You know we're going to leave. That's how we are. We're the most traveled persons in the world, I believe. So you must build in your strategy for that. If you're graduating 500, 250 would stay. If you counter that with some kind of bond and proper remuneration, reduction in NHT rate, increase it of 1% or $1 million onto their NHT benefit. Make it so that they want to stay, because professionals should be able to take their position in society and not struggle like this, because they are needed. It's not like you don't need them. They're not studying liberal arts for crime's sake. You need these people. So make them feel needed. Currently, the situation in the world, we're going back to our slavery legacy. The situation in the world is such that we are not welcome everywhere. So we don't have to go and still work for those people virtually. Make it so that they can do that.
This is a profound conversation. It's
okay,
Dr. Campbell. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you, Kedjoy. Yeah, you have suggested some of the points that I was going to make, and I will just add to what you say. You said we have a situation, and our situation is that we have some of the best secondary schools, I would say, in the world. We have models that we can replicate. We have we need to squarely look at our situation, develop these talents from high school, and find a way to turn our best universities and colleges into centers of excellence that will train these individuals and train them primarily for export. When you train them primarily for export, not all will go. We will always keep some. How do we keep and attract people in our country? One of the main situations, crime and violence. People feel insecure. People don't feel the freedom of just concentrating on what they need to concentrate on. I'm an academic. I want to create the best things I need to create. If we are able to reduce those challenges that people face, we don't have to worry too much about providing incentive like in terms of breaks for them, because as the economy start turning around, as the money start flowing and the dollar start to do what it's supposed to do, and your purchasing power becomes better, then and you can afford what you need to afford, government can creatively manage the economy so that people don't even feel the effect of taxation and all that kind of stuff. So I'm saying, since we know where it is, because we are people from ever since, we have always been migratory. They go anywhere in the globe, you find a Jamaican there, right? Create that environment. Since we know that's where the water is flowing, okay, let's go down the stream and find out who is attracting them and find a way to negotiate some collaboration with those people so they can help us to pay for our system and keep our system operating at the optimal level. And that is one of the suggestions that I am making, that we do, and that we are actively under Professor Thorpe's leadership, taking steps to make happen so that we can create the best talents in surplus so that we have excess. So even those who migrate, once they have access to the technology and we have this ecosystem that is working for the good, it doesn't matter where we are located. We all work collectively for the good of the country, for building the models. So we invite private sector, everybody who want to be part of this movement to participate. So if in this case of the geologist example that was cited, okay, what are they doing? Are they giving scholarships? Are they participating in selection of those people who UTech need to educate? Are they participating actively? Are they just sitting like birds with their mouth open waiting to be fed? Long gone are those days. And that's why we are facing those challenges. So we have to become active participants. We have to be part of the solution. We can't just wait for things to happen to us. So they need to be proactive. So we need to start look from basic school to secondary school, make sure it's the best, and make sure our universities have the best professors, the best practitioners, so that when our students come, we can turn them on to be the very best that they are.
In Germany, they pay the lecturers. They pay the lecturers well up there.
Right. We want to see our universities being, when I say centers of excellence, when a business in Jamaica have a problem, or the Caribbean, the student, the graduate, look towards the university as the resource, the repository of where that knowledge is going to come from. And so that's where consultancy and research funding will come from, because when they go out in industry and they recommend the institution, that's how it will happen. I see it that way, right? I see it as an active participant. I see us going into our communities, work within our communities and transforming them and helping those people. right? Because there are many people out there that want to be equipped, want to learn. I was talking with Professor Top this week, and I said to him, I said, you know, what has been my major concern even before my days as the head of school? I said, those individuals who make up over 60 to 70% of the graduates who come out of our school system and are out there without any qualification, and they have no other choice but to turn to a skill, right? How do we certify those skills? How do we create the kind of learning that best fit them and certify those skills so that things can happen? So government can play a part, you know. Look at what happened. Our houses, for example, I just take a simple example. Electricians. If government say all our houses must be checked every year, every other year, every 2 years by a certified electrician, everybody who does become an electrician, an electrical technician, will go and do that certification. Who said that one? Let the board in Jamaica set that board, earn money that way. They go and do their exam. And everybody by law have to get them house certified. You think they wouldn't have money to certify themselves? But make it be a transparent and a system that is free of corruption. And that's what I'm saying. We have the power within ourselves to transform ourselves. Let it happen. Let it begin.
Thank you so much for these riveting points as we get ready to wind down this conversation, because I realize there's so much strong points. The takeaway really is that the opportunity exists for the universities and the private sector to come together in a private-public sector partnership to help to develop a regain program. I can tell you this, the database administrators that are working at the likes of eGov and Jamaica Customs, I am the one providing the training to that entire 2 institutions as we speak. If you go to them, they come to me at UTech to get that training. Short courses. Tell you, Andre, I don't know if you know that. It goes to show how significant the problem has become.
You say if I knew it or if I arrange it, which one?
No, if you knew.
Which one is it?
If you knew, I'm saying all the students who are training to become database administrators.
Yes, that is so true. That is so true. But
and I'm based at tech, so I'm just saying that the scale of the problem, as to how we train all the youngsters to meet the needs of the market has been faced by the challenge that all the major talent pool that you would have on the island to do the work have been migrating, and they are not coming back. We have to make sure.
So, Prof, that's a fundamental issue that a challenge that we face. I mean, we have lost resources. eGov has lost and continues to lose resources in droves. And that has been happening. I mean, for the last 20 years, I've been seeing that happening. The truth is, it's also the value. I think Ketroy really made a good point in terms of the value that we're placing on these resources. Someone is not going to come and struggle when there are other opportunities elsewhere to live a better life. Exactly. And that is a reality. When we look at the level and the remuneration, of course, being offered, I mean, even in government, it is really ridiculous what persons are offering individuals who they are expecting to hire as IT practitioners and specialists in some areas. So they are going to lose them. That's a fact. What I do though like is, and which I think is something that we could look into, the point that Linkledln made about at least having persons coming into whether public or private sector to get that work experience. I think that's something that could be looked into. I think it would either one, align them or give them the opportunity to build on those skill sets, and they should be in a better position, right? If not ready, industry ready. So I think that's something that we could actually look
do you have the people in the organization who are the mentors, effective mentors, who can do
Yes, we do. a number of persons, actually the younger fleet of employees that we have here at Customs. I have 5 young men who came in through that very same means. They came on, they had the aptitude, and we trained them, and they fit well in the team, and we retain them. And there are other areas where that will happen. So there is a need, and I think that's a good way. You spoke about establishing a partnership, and I think that's a good opportunity to sort of have that filter. I mean, mark you, they're not going to stay, as you rightly said. That's something that we have to deal with, but you should have that pipeline where persons are coming into the industry. And I mean, if there is an opportunity, then why not? I mean, persons want to live a better life. I think that's everyone's objective, but at the same time, persons will contribute while they're there. And that's one of the things that we want to ensure, that they can contribute and build on whatever it is that we want to achieve, towards objectives that we want to achieve. Yeah.
Excellent point. So on the last 2 questions that's here, how do we build a strong business model where one does not exist then? For future business, for future technology business. And this is a very good question I want to raise. We're losing technology talent local to the diaspora, but doesn't this create an opportunity now for us to build a new business model to have the talent pool that we need? And I can start the answer to this one by giving an example. If we want more database administrators, if we want more data scientists, if we want more software developers who can do full stack development, if we want all of those things, I will now argue that we can leverage the partnerships in the diaspora and here, where we work together in these collaborative teams. So if Customs need 10 database administrators over the next 2-3 years, we have a program where out of the private-public partnership with the university and Jamaica Customs, I'm just giving you the example, or EXED is also wanting to be a part of it, we come into this partnership. And what we do, we provide the training at scale. So that therefore, what we do, we replenish that skills gap based on that demand. And then what we have done, we have created a new business for ourselves. So we are working in the universities, we are working in private sector, but at the same time, there's this additional funnel or organization that is able to provide that skill set that you need. That's one example. And in all the other areas, you could create those funnels and the pipeline continues. So this institution creates the backdrop for preparing the pipeline to come out, but at the same time, we can put them into these feeder programs and we provide the training. But it's hard work and it requires commitment from the teams that might be in the diaspora as well as here. And that is how I see it working going forward. We work as a part of a smart economy where we have resources coming from 2 different locations who have the knowledge and we come together and provide Customs with a service. That's an example of a use case. And then your need goes away because you have that kind of partnership. That kind of thing. Or Ronald comes with Fortinet and he says you need network engineers. We have that partnership. And we have a trained engineer from Fortinet. It could be in Canada, it could be anywhere else, working with us here and provide the network skill set for the market. So that's my take on it as the moderator, but I open the floor to you to tell me what you think about that one. How do we build strong business models in this whole future technology business? Is that something you have thought of, or you did on my example, or you have a different perspective?
I think what I could add, Sean, is again, it's kind of what you said to some extent, but maybe having more appetite for incubating new ideas. So if you have technology incubators that can test out these new ideas, right? These new business models.
Yes.
You can reduce the risk, because obviously Jamaica, we're not very risk tolerant. So
tolerant, yes.
Yeah. So if you can have a way to incubate them in the university or some other other forum, then that will help to build them out while prove them out before you actually invest bigger into them.
Big way. That's a big thing. All right, that's a good point. Because I would love to train Mrs. Ketjoy Watson to be a data scientist. But for example, she's a sociologist. But
but we would want to train
And you see, the good thing is we can laugh about it, but it's actually now the reality. She may make a better data scientist than those who are in the core field based on her exposure. You understand me? So these are the things. These are the things that I'm thinking that we want to do. So, well, any other view on that one? And then I want to hear what you think about government policy and how this is affecting us in the technology space, the future of tech. I think Trevor would have been good to be here to give his view on this one too as well. But what is your comments on the same point of the business model and the future tech of your business, and what you think about government's role now in all of this? Should they be playing a role or leave them out of it?
Can I try?
Well,
okay. Okay.
After Mrs. Scarlett.
Scarlett and then Mrs. Watson. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, we can't leave out government.
Okay.
Government is important in terms of negotiating some of the policies that we might need, giving us some of the incentives that the various industry might need, and
yes.
also in terms of international partnerships. Yes. I think that they can play a very, very important role there. For example, we're now moving towards a whole remote society. The Indians have pretty much eaten our food in that regard. In terms of being in terms of being able to push their skills far and wide into the international community. Matter of fact, even the Ukrainians who don't speak native English as their first language have a booming industry in terms of remote opportunities as well. Yes. So I'm thinking that if the government gets involved and gets some of these opportunities. We are in close proximity in terms of time zone to US and Canada. We also speak English. Yes. We also have software developers out here who can do the work, and we have the means of training them. If we can get some of those contracts, then we can build a vibrant industry in terms of tech right here. I mean, Singapore, back in the days, look at what their competitive advantage was and take the opportunity and transform their entire industry, become the powerhouse in that part of the world. I'm thinking that we can do a similar thing here in Jamaica.
I want us to work. I love how you're talking, Mr. Scarlett. You're a man of wisdom. You know, I think we need to ensure that this happens, because I was in the greater Seattle area in 2017-18, and Microsoft in a meeting to me out in Redmond said, listen, we would be prepared to come to the Caribbean, including Jamaica, if you can train 500 data scientists. That means you would create these unicorn startups, right? You could have a sort of unicorn startups. But if you can train 500 data scientists, it was an interesting number. But I will have more than enough young people and people of different age groups who, like Ketjoy, who is here, who could become data scientists. And they would bring work and opportunities here. What is preventing us from starting this model? I mean, Linkledln, you are where you are. I mean, we could use this Google Data Analytics workshop that we're working on now for the next 7 weeks. And Ketjoy, I'm going to probably recommend you attend if you can.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, so what I'm suggesting is that if we could create a shell that says, okay, let's do a data science startup. All right, or we do a data administration startup. We just do them as startups, and you start with the training component, and you just bring collaborative teams from everywhere to it, and you'll see how much people coming wanting to get this knowledge, and it can be inside or outside the university. I put that to us, that is a new business model that we should look at, and I don't know if we're going to get government to support us on that for now, but probably that is something we can take back to them later on. In terms of opportunity, but I put that one on the table, and I want to see if it can be implemented post this.
Well, sir.
Yeah, yes.
At least they will get some tax out of it. So
They'll get some revenue. Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Sorry,
All right.
if I may, Sir Thorpe, I actually have an answer for you. So
You have an answer for me? All right.
no,
Please
I
run on
do
and then
actually.
get joy. Yes.
I actually do. From where I sit, and even before Fortinet, um, if you remember, the name had changed from call centers to DPOs.
Yes. And
I
KPOs
think it
now.
was
We have KPOs.
right, and I think it was in late 2018.
Yes.
If you notice, there was an influx of DPOs to Jamaica, and even a few local ones as well.
Yes.
Just to segue a little bit from Herrick's point, the Indians had dominated, but the problem is that their accent is horrible and nobody could understand what they were saying.
Right.
And I said Jamaicans had natural English speakers, but our problem is that we did not have enough educated personnel.
Yes.
Despite that, however, I think there are literally about 2 to 3 popping up per quarter or every 6 months, right? I mean, being built to the point where the Muslim group, if you remember at Harford Tree Road, that entire section there beside John Accent Return to Technology Park, and they're doing other investments in other parts of the island. Bolt did his same thing as well, throwing out that building because they are actively coming here. So they have resorted to trying to train our people themselves, but the capacity is just not there. So I'm saying that to say that there is an opportunity. It does exist. The government did and has supported it by way of incentives. I think they probably have gone out of the deep end with some of the incentives, but that's a different discussion. But nonetheless, the opportunity is here. The issue that they have is not the body count, is that the body count isn't trained, and that's where the divergence is. So there's interest. I mean, even up to last week, I met with another BPO who's setting up offices here. Probably 2,000 seats, and they're planning to do 3 more centers. So
I'm losing you for a moment there, Ronald. Who is going to do what?
No, I said even up until last week, I met with another BPO, and that's just one example. I mean, there are a number of them that we meet with, and they're opening 1 center, plan to do 3 more. That's probably about 2,000 seats, right? 2,000 seats in 1 center. So the point is, if I
you're going in and out, Ronald. So I missed.
Hold on a second. Let me. Are you hearing me any better now?
Go again. Yes, Andreas, that you have to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Better now?
Yeah, your connection is going out, but
no.
Yes, it's getting choppy. Like you're probably traveling across some. So you say you have a solution. I welcome that.
How about now?
No, still in and out. Let me allow Linkledln to go.
Right, I'll try again.
Oh, go ahead. You sound better now. Yes. I've lost him.
Done again. Yeah, I was just adding a simple point here, Sean.
Yes.
It's more around the idea of picking an area that you can focus on, right? So if you can pick something like cybersecurity or something and say, hey,
cybersecurity and data analytics,
a system around it, in terms of training and research, all of that stuff.
Yes.
Then you may be able to build out.
What I've done, I've created a startup that is going to look at cyber data on some of the initiatives. So I'll be updating you guys on that very soon. So it's a company registered to look at the niche of those problems and to work on research, use cases, plus training. But to answer some of these very concerns, because the traditional university model may not be flat enough to say that they see it as a priority.
Yes.
Yeah, so therefore, individuals like ourselves have to make what it is a priority. We might introduce new degrees in the university to start stimulating the pipeline, but we can come up with our own use cases as individuals through companies, which is what I'm doing. So I'll be building out some partnerships on that and have some unicorn startup activity to partner with that. I would really love to get some data scientists and some database administrators trained and for us to be working on different projects. Is a perfect time for the opportunity to be building our model. So
exactly. You want to build an ecosystem, right? Build an ecosystem.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yes, man. Definitely so.
Yeah.
Definitely so. So we're on the same page, and we have the people here who can get the training. So we'll see how that pencils out. I recognize Ronald probably still lost his connection. I think I'm seeing him though. And then probably I defer to.
I don't know if you can hear me any better now.
I'm hearing you now, sir. I'm hearing you quite well. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was saying that. Sorry, I need to run to get my charger. That we're the
charger. I think you need a charger. Yes. So, Ronald, we want to implement anything you're suggesting. Once it can be implemented with Fortinet or individually, we should do it. Small teams.
body count. Their accents were horrible, and as such, what you would find is that their customers could not appreciate the communication that they had with them. They said, we, however, we could understand context and be native English speakers. We presented a much better opportunity.
Right.
For
Near shore.
Yeah. Right. But the problem was where capacity was concerned, we didn't have the
right.
Our resources were not educated.
Right.
So companies started resorting to training, but obviously it's not enough, and it wouldn't be enough.
Right.
So just by way of government, I was saying that the government they had provided a lot of incentives. I would say up until recently, I met with quite a few BPOs that were coming here. Each of them planned to do X amount of 1,000 seats. You would see that even the Muslim group, they turned half a tree road here into a.
Oh, in terms of the BPOs,
Right. You would see that other local startups, VXI and a couple others have done so as well. So there is actually a significant growth happening here. The problem we have is that we can't take advantage of it because the training is lacking.
That's right. So therefore, the solution now to the training is what we must find.
That's what we need to resolve. Yeah, because the government has given incentives, and I think you heard me before, but I said I may have gone off the deep end a little bit with the incentives. But there is an opportunity. What we need to do is what we need to solve is a training problem, because again, what the range of services that they would like to have here, we don't have the capacity to support it, and that's the problem that they're having.
Well, I think we can do some small.
They're coming here.
Yeah, man, we can do some small startups, unicorn startups. Things will never be the same, but if we want to retain and build out a talent pipeline, otherwise, many of the local companies, including government sector entities, will have to run for cover because they don't have the human resource to do the work. They're all migrated in Canada or in the US, and that will continue. The students who are in the university right now have already made their commitments to travel out of country, COVID or no COVID. So that it must be understood at scale. That's not changed.
Okay. But so everybody, I have to go.
Thank you so much, man. This has been a good one.
Yeah, man.
Thank you so much. Yes, man. Tomorrow, so you'll send me the note and confirm the meeting.
Yes, I will. I definitely will. And thank everybody. I actually learned a lot. It was really good. Thank you.
This is what we do on Caribbean Technology Thought Leadership on Sundays. Thank you very much.
Take care.
All
right, guys. Bye-bye.
Yes, Sean. I'm thinking of this present administration that we have, this present government.
Yes.
And I think they have demonstrated a certain level of humility
Yes.
that they are willing, they're open to being flexible and to actually receive consultation on certain things. Certainly, our ministry, the technology ministry, might not be equipped enough at this stage to get ahead of these policies that other countries have perfected already. Maybe they need to research certain countries and see which parts of their policy they need to pick up on. Especially, is it DPA? What was it called? GDP? What's it? The GDPA? I'm talking about
GDPR.
GDPR. What was it called again? DPA? Data Protection
Act, right?
Still not an act.
Yeah, so it is now in going through legislation, and then they need to do the enforcement. Which is
We're taking quite a while to do that one, almost as if, and I mean, kudos to them, they say they need to do it. I don't know how many other countries in the Caribbean are as far ahead as we are, but at least we are.
When I wrote a book about it, I wrote a book about the fact that we took the leap and we are ahead of the curve. So
yes, ahead of the curve. So kudos to them. And I think they might still be in a reactionary mode because we just don't know enough about it. But at least they are open to learning and taking action. Because I'm thinking about just the very thing of cryptocurrency. When I realized that BOJ just launched cryptocurrency last month and they have like an incubator group. Anybody knows who is in that incubator group? They're running it from May to December. I didn't know I would live in a time when Jamaica.
Not cryptocurrency.
Thinking, sorry, it's called CBDC. Yes, I hear them call it that, even though the article says
it's just a digital money equivalent to your cash.
Right. And I don't even know how that works. I guess there's going to be a rollout, some public education that will go out ahead of it. There's
a document on the BOJ website that can give you a lot of information about it.
Yeah, I was just reading up about it and I saw some articles as well. But to think in our time, we see where our government has opened up themselves to this thing. It is enough to say that they have recognized that we need to take the next step if we are going to stay ahead of the trends, keep the country in the black, and move our people forward. Big data is coming, and why can't we be the Caribbean Silicon Valley? In addition to being the 4th largest logistics hub in the world. It's not either, it's both.
Excellent point.
Because we keep shifting from pillar to post on the logistics hub, get Joy.
Don't even want to go down that road. You know, I wanted to be in that meeting so bad, but I had no in.
We keep switching. Switching.
Excellent point. So Linkledln, you have the final comment on that one, the government and policy.
Yeah, so what I would think is that if you look at Israel, I would say Israel is a good example, right? Israel was pretty much a farm country like, what, how many years ago? And now they have a very budding tech industry. In fact, last year, just before COVID hit, I went to RCA conference in San Francisco. And I went to a booth, it was an Israeli government booth. And they had a lot of startups. They had startups.
Cybersecurity is their thing, yes.
Yeah, they had a lot of startups within that group doing different security use cases.
Yes.
So what I'm saying, the government was there manning that whole booth, and then they have those smaller companies that were showing off their little,
Look at that. So that's the kind of innovation we need.
Yes, so we need to have that collaboration, public-private collaboration, where you focus on an industry and give it all the needs, what it needs to flourish in terms of incubation and research.
There's so much opportunity. There's so much opportunity that you guys are talking about. You know that what you just said a while ago. If government is not prepared to do it, a startup could do it. That we could take the use cases for government policy and start drafting them. It's a whole untapped area. So probably a partnership with Capri and entities like that on the island might be. So I'm actually thinking out of the box here about some things that we don't have enough hands to do this kind of work, but it's really an opportunity. And I'm going to open to the diaspora chapters to be a part of the teams.
Oh, definitely.
I think we have something that can be modeled here. So,
Yes.
all right, government policy, but it might have to start with a startup. That might be a startup initiative. I welcome that. The last point, and before we conclude, because it's close to 8 p.m. local time here, the emerging business models then for how we approach this future technology. We have not given that justice. The traditional walk into bank and borrow money doesn't exist because that is not here. So the models we have now are subscriptions, right? If you can build out some technology and you can have a subscription. So Mrs. Watson here, Joy Watson, is running her company, which is an ebook service. It could be a subscription model for the books, right? Well, I mean, even my books that I have on Amazon now, I mean, people buy them, let us say every week or every other week, they're buying books. It's a subscription and a profit share model. But there are other models. There's a crowdfunding economy where you can go out and actually get these funded sources. There's this gig economy. Probably I want you guys to weigh in on what these things are. The gig economy, the free economy, the crowd economy, the closed loop economy, the decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs, and the multi-world models. Have you heard of all these interesting things before? As the new and emergent business models for how we should be driving technology businesses. The floor is yours. Anybody can take it in.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mrs. Watson.
Well, when I saw the multi-world model, I had to smile, you know, because I think they're still doing it now. World systems theories are still being taught in university.
Could you please break down by definition what it means? Sorry, please. What first?
World systems theory, Wallenstein's world systems theory, where you have the countries on the periphery that produce the raw material, the countries in the middle that do the intermediate manufacturing, and the countries in the core that sell the finished product.
Okay.
That model has been deconstructed now, you know.
Yes.
So the multi-world model, I suppose, where, perfect example, is it the Ghanaian president? It was April Ghan, the Ghanaian president. I can't pronounce his name. He had a visit from the Swiss president because, you know, there is a long standing alliance between cocoa production in Ghana and giving it to Switzerland to make Swiss chocolates. So the Swiss president comes over and she is patting him on his back and thanking him for renewing the relationship and keeping this alliance, this trade alliance going. And he just said to her very politely, we're ending it now. There's no reason why we should give you our cocoa to make your famous Swiss chocolates. We'll be making chocolates now. So these are the things that are being deconstructed.
So this deconstruction can be applied. Let us put Linkledln and yourself into that model. How would the three of you do business in the multi-world?
So for example, currently, books are being made in Jamaica by the 7 stalwart book manufacturers that are here.
Yes.
In this new world that is happening, ebook manufacturers, publishers like myself, will be disrupting their business model.
Oh yes, we have already done that. That's correct.
Yes, already done that. Even if I wanted to print books, if you bought one of my books on Amazon, Amazon will print the book.
That's correct. Paperback version.
That's the company, the paperback version. Yeah. And if I wanted to launch my book, I could print 1,000 copies for $2.50. Yes. Author price, and have my book launch instead of going down to Jam Press to pay them $1,800 for one.
That's right.
What I'm talking about.
So I can add that. Yeah.
So you can answer that. Okay. Yes, Linkledln. Oh, and that's an example of the multi-world model as well.
The multi-world model or the decentralized autonomous organization.
Okay. Right.
Because guess what? Somebody here said I think it was a gentleman from Google. The boss would come out and say, for example, we need to increase profits by 20%, and that's the end of the sentence.
Yes.
You are now going to have to find a way to make that happen. You have autonomy over how that happens. That's not germane to Google. That's actually the Chinese business model.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Linkledln. So Linkledln has the floor again. Linkledln, you're a master of these models. Go ahead. Yes.
Right. So I think that's something we've been doing for years, in the sense that if you look at the Apple, take the iPhone, for example. The iPhone is designed in Silicon Valley, right? So Apple have a big campus here that they designed the iPhone. It's manufactured in China, and we know it's manufactured in China, right? And then also they have a big software presence in India. So what you're saying is that you have these different centers of excellence. They have the design center here. People are good at design and all that. In China, they're good at manufacturing, so they manufacture it there. And in India, India is very good at software. In fact, they're good at software because they produce a lot of software engineers. I mean, they invested in their education system to, pump out engineers like crazy, right? So when you look at the multi-world model, you think of the fact that you could build a product. So if you're an entrepreneur in Jamaica, you could build a product, you could own the product, you could own the design, but you could do different parts of it in different parts of the world.
You ship it out to the next part for them to finish the product. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Or you can, and plus on top of that, you can sell it globally as well. So, so you have that manufacturing, you have that process all over the world, but you can also have a global market as well, so that's where you have that multi-world model where you can do stuff. And then of course you have to customize for each market as well. So if you're going to sell it in Africa versus selling it in, in Latin America, you have to do some customization.
Yes.
So all of that can be done, in that kind of a, different vertical configuration and stuff,
And okay, so that's the multi-world and the DAO. I see your hand still up and kept your hand still up. So what about this closed loop economy versus gig versus free versus crowd?
I can answer the free one. I can answer the free one easily. The free one. So Facebook, most people use Facebook and they never spend a dime on Facebook, right?
That's correct.
So
on Google, we don't spend a dime on Google either. Yes.
Yeah, you go on Google and search and you never pay a cent. So
yes.
That's the free model. So they basically build loads of data centers to provide you free search. Yes. But how they make money now? They make money by monetizing the advertising, and then companies will come onto that market, sell ads and stuff, and that subsidize that free, that free product.
That's correct. That's correct.
So very important. It's a good model actually. It's a very good model, especially in Jamaica, because in Jamaica you have people who are underprivileged. And in order to provide them better service, what you may have to do is find a way to subsidize that service to them in the short term, so that they can come up, they can lift themselves up. And then, you get people who can pay for that, pay for the service.
So Mrs. Watson, in terms of the book and the book business, I mean, I see on Amazon people giving away Audible for free in some instances as a freemium to get more personal. I guess there are different models.
Yes, because also in the book industry, especially in the author business, what is a big business? Voice actors. Yes. To voice your book. If you don't voice your own book, you could get a notable actor, for example, to voice your book. Yeah. And then you would give that for free, but you would have to pay for the ebook. Or you give the ebook for free, maybe for a limited time, and you pay for the paperback.
Yes, yes.
It's multifaceted. This whole free economy idea.
Free and gig economy. Yes, gig.
In the free economy, this generation expects something or the other for free.
Yes, yes.
So you have to learn now how to manipulate your product so that you will probably give your first book for free for 6 months and then give them a blurb of the second book coming up, but they will have to pay for.
Yes. And you might have to diversify. Go ahead, Sir Scarlett.
Oh, just interjecting a little. What I've realized is that with these new models, sometimes what we think is really the business model is not the business model. Yes. And I just want to segue to McDonald's. And, you know, we would think that what makes McDonald's money is selling burgers.
Yes.
But it's not selling burgers. What makes McDonald's money, based on what they have said, is that they own the best real estate. So the business is really about real estate. It is the real estate having prime locations that can generate income, because to have a successful food store, you want it to be at a busy thoroughfare where everybody can stop. So it means that the price of that real estate escalates over time. So it's really not about flipping burgers or selling burgers. That's a small part of the model. So segue now into this whole book thing. It might very well be that the book that we're giving out free is just advertisement.
That is
because
true.
Because where we are going to generate the money is from seminars, subscription models, or by speaking.
Well said, sir. That is exactly what happened to me. Good job. That is what has been working for me. The book sell, and it has a volume uptake after a while, and then what you get is somebody calling you for either a speaking gig or a consultation gig.
There you go.
And not necessarily just the book, but then again, the returns on those gigs sometimes far outweigh the
there
book
you go.
sales. So he's right. He's right. I'm living it actually.
So the book becomes like an advertising sort of material. So you can afford to give away the book for free, because you're going to get much more in the back, they call it the back office, yes, than in the front office. Just to now talk quickly about the gig economy. A couple of years ago, maybe about 5 years ago, there was a session up at UTech where these sisters, the little sisters, they came and they were talking about the whole gig economy and making money online. And one of the things that they spoke about at the time was a site called Fiverr.
Yes,
Fiverr. Yes. And at the time, Fiverr came out with a concept where they're saying, listen, you can do a virtual task and it will cost you only $5, $5 US. And a lot of people bought into the, I've seen Kes Joy saying Fiverr to the world. And a lot of people bought into the concept whereby they went on Fiverr and they said, listen, I can create a logo for you, or I can write a blog article for you, and I'll only do it for $5. And it has now grown to the point where it has matured that people are not only making $5, because they now have different levels of scales. So if you're a top seller on Fiverr, you can be making crazy money. Let's just say that. You can be making crazy money. But what they have done,
some network marketing there.
But what they have done is to create a platform where the little man who has a skill can go there and compete with everybody else. And this is what Ms. Ketra was talking about when she's talking about deconstructing all of this thing. Yep. Because these are the things that are popping up, and we want our people to be able to understand that, listen, there is another world that is out there that you can take advantage of. It's not about just leaving university and you go sit down in this office and you give away your life for years. No. I can leave with a doctor degree and yet still go learn some web development on the side.
Of course.
And therefore, when I'm not in the surgery room, I am developing website. What is wrong with that? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
I'm here running a podcast. Dr. Campbell also running podcast like a radio station.
There you go. There you go.
On a Sunday evening.
I can be a teacher and do some music producing on the side.
That's right. That's right.
I do some poetry.
Come on.
We are not one-dimensional people.
Excellent.
We are multi-dimensional. And it's time that we take that and move with it as a people.
Yeah, man. Proper talk, Mr. Scott. But I'm glad you were able to join this forum. You have enriched it. You have enriched the forum. Linkledln.
It was me who brought the little sisters to UTech, you know.
Oh, Scarlett?
Oh, I'm telling
no, it's not me.
I was telling him that I brought the little sisters to UTech.
Oh,
Thank you, sir.
Stop.
Thank you very much, sir. I
Anyway,
appreciate it.
I don't remember those little sisters. If so much twins come to you, take it not funny.
They're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
twins. They're not twins. Alicia
Loretta.
and Loretta, yes.
Okay,
yeah. What
interesting.
I wanted to add was that, well, a good example of the gig economy is everybody know about Uber, right? Or Airbnb.
Yes, Uber, yes.
Yeah, but what I noticed with Uber, one thing to look down here was in California, there's a big debate about insurance for the drivers, right? So,
Oh.
you know, health insurance in the US, health insurance is a big deal, right? I mean,
Yes.
if you don't have money, you go to the hospital, you can be denied service or you have a big health bill, right? So
Yes.
I think the state government want Uber to at least provide them some level of health insurance, right? So you can have that downside to the gig economy as well, whereby how do you make sure the driver has some minimum standard of living, you know, and stuff like that, or whoever is doing the gig economy. The other side of it too, with COVID, those drivers are affected significantly because nobody was going in there, right? Because of shutdown. So
the Uber share ride closed. The Uber share closed. You have to take a Uber large van now and you're alone sitting there.
yes, I mean, not just that alone, you know, there's just less people were traveling around. Less
That is
people
true.
traveling, so
That is
the revenue went down quite a bit. What they did though, more people were doing food delivery. So another gig economy thing was food delivery. I use it quite a bit myself. And therefore, I think that picked up, but it wasn't as much as a ride service. But
that's the Uber Eats you're talking.
Yeah, Uber Eats.
yeah, Uber Eats picked up and stuff, and you know the other ones,
Yeah.
DoorDash and those ones, right? So
Interesting.
you know, the gig economy itself is a different conversation actually, because it's a good thing though. I like it because it's actually give flexibility. Because I spoke to a lot of Uber drivers and they say, well, they do it because they like the flexibility. They can just drive for 5 hours, go home and sleep, you know, take a break.
Deliver the food.
Yeah, exactly.
But Jamaica is moving in that direction because we have a product down here called ends. They soon put them on them and in bike or something to deliver the ends.
Yeah, I know about ends.
You know, so we are having definite shifts. And what about Airbnb? Where does that fall in all of these kind of economies?
Can I talk about that?
Yes, you can jump on that one. Yes, George.
Okay. For Airbnb, let me just, it's part of, I don't think you would call that a gig economy.
Yes.
Airbnb, I'm not even sure where it fits in, but this thrust, and this is a disruptor to the traditional hotel industry everywhere. When that thing started in Europe and in the US, before it was Airbnb, it was what you call, what is it? They call it like your share houses, like a house sharing system.
Sure. Yeah, right.
You're leaving Norway and you're going to the US and you find somebody coming to Norway and you swap. And that became an industry.
Okay.
A booming industry. And I remember the opposition from large hotel chains that these places should register because they're offering services in their industry. Well, that argument is well and dead. And Airbnb is a booming industry now. In Jamaica, Airbnb took on a life of its own, so much so that the Real Estate Association had to acknowledge it to the point where the real estate board and the financial sector were trying to offer mortgages to people who would get second homes for investment or tourism. They had to embrace it because they were leaving money on the table. So yes, when industries find out that there is money to be made, be it private or the public sector, once they find out that there are taxes to be had and profits to be made, they will embrace it. They will find a way to embrace it.
It's called timeshare, Kedroy. We
used to have timeshare out here, and timeshare wasn't doing, I have a story about that, but I can't tell you here, so about timeshare. You said the gig economy recently, well, early this year, late last year, I saw an article that Uber is coming to Jamaica. What a travesty. We have express taxi, on-time taxi, more tech taxi, every kind of taxi.
You disrupt the whole of that market, just like if Amazon comes.
It's gonna be a disruptor. It's gonna be a disruptor.
Well, I think
Yellow Cab was bounced out by these people. Everybody remember Yellow Cab? Pound
yes,
stout, nobody don't remember that. Here comes
yes.
Uber, disrupt again. But you see, these things must happen, because it gives persons who would not have an opportunity to partake in the formal economy some leeway to do so, even though it is a volatile economy with no benefits, because you work when you want and you work when you don't feel like, and you're not necessarily being given benefits, because guess what? Last article I saw, NHT is suing guardsmen because they haven't gotten the NHT benefits, and the gentleman says who's in charge, they don't have any guards. They're contractors. See that? They have effectively made them part of the gig economy. So you have to be careful. There are pitfalls and benefits, costs and benefits to everything.
Yes, indeed. So I think that it's part of my homework. I mean, I didn't finish reviewing all of them before this session today, to be honest. So I said, let me come and put them up to get the feedback from you, the panelists. And this one called closed loop economies. I think this is the one, closed loop economies. Well, you're the only one in that bubble or that sector, and you are a market blazer. Nobody else in there but you. And you can scale as much as you like because you're the only player or a set of team players. But there seems to be so many, and more are coming up. There are more that have been created that I don't even speak about. So this sounds like a time where, boy, we have to go, as Mr. Scarlett said, you have to go and relearn, unlearn and relearn to the survival and build the universities be operating in this mode. The crowd economy, the free, the gig. That's something interesting I need to go and investigate if universities will have to find themselves aligning with some of those footprints.
Quick question, Sean.
Yes.
When you say closed loop economy, are you referring to the circular economy? Because I think that's
circular economy. I think they call it as well.
Yes. So I think that's where you look at the waste reduction, right? To reduce waste.
Look at it. Give me a quick use case of it now, please. That's for the record. How does that work?
I'm trying to think of a good use case. Maybe bamboo.
Like the plastic bottles, the manufacturing of plastic bottles.
Yeah.
In certain countries, they collect them, they use them as currency. I think in Haiti, they do it. They ask you to send them back to them, they pay you for it, and then they use it again, or they use them as glass blocks, plastic blocks for construction or for road work or for tabletops.
I get you.
So Sean, I'm going to a conference this week, and as a matter of fact, I'll send the link. Maybe you can try to get in as well. There's a conference this week about Wednesday on circular economy.
Yes.
I'll give you some notes from it as well. It's an online thing.
Well, you're a busy man with this. So this this has been a very, very, very interesting session this week. I mean, boy, 2 weeks in a row. I don't know if it gets any better than this. We were here last week, at least Ketjoy, Dr. Campbell and myself from this group, and we had looked at the whole area of technology startups. Now we're talking about the future of technology and leadership. I myself have learned a lot this evening too, in terms of just listening to you guys, and a lot of food for thought. The book for this course will come out later this year. I mean, I'm just giving you a heads up now that the Caribbean Thought Leadership book will be out in press by December. But what I want to say though is that I'm seeing some opportunities that I want to engage, the likes of a Google, the likes of a JCS Silicon Valley, the JCS New York chapters, and so on, in us probably coming up with a small footprint of so probably some unicorn startup that looks at policy, that probably looks at policy, looks at the data science startup, cyber startup, which is already in train for me. But some of these things we're gonna see if we can actually have teams of collaborators probably working on the different models here. So anything I'm talking about, I'm gonna see if we can implement any element of them through different methods and see how we can move the needle on this. So at least we understand what is going on. So if we can have that appreciation, not to say the rest of the country does not, but at least if there are a few of us who are aware of what is going on, we have a responsibility and a duty to try and influence change that is necessary, that will drive the future technology, that future that we would like. So this is what I would not want us to conclude on. Are there any last words before we wrap up this very wonderful session today? Any last comments? Any last comments on this? Okay, Joe, let me send the link for the data science course. More,
Thank you for including me. I know I'm not the techie around the table, but
you just learn. You just want to learn.
Generous with your knowledge and sharing them in the chat when I write in the acronyms and you tell me what it is. Thank you so much for including me in this very spirited
Yes, a spirited conversation. And Sir Scarlett and team, I want to thank you all as well for coming on. Let us have an eventful week. I will probably reach out back to you all, giving your insights and knowledge about the opportunities for startup and collaboration, and under the auspices of what we put forward here. I think this has been a very constructive conversation. So Linkledln and I here doing collaborations, and it works, and we are at two different ends of the world at the moment. So this is good, extremely good. Thank you again for a wonderful week. These podcasts will be uploaded into the UTech archives, alumni archives shortly. So what will happen is that I will be pushing this back to us shortly. I'm going to also include you guys here into the Caribbean Thought Leadership WhatsApp group. We have a WhatsApp group, So if you're willing to be a part of these think tanks, because we are thought leadership think tank, there's a lot we can learn and a lot we can partner from. So that's an extension of an invite as well.
Absolutely.
Yes, man. I will extend that to you both. Linkledln, I think, is in that group already, I think. But I'll extend it to Ketjo and to you. All right. So have a wonderful evening.
So may I just end with a word of Erica for Sean?
Yes, boy, you have and then book here that you're quoting, boss. You just send me to do some homework, The miseducation of a Negro. I have to go get that one shortly. Go ahead.
Carter G. Woodson.
Yes, go ahead on that, boss. Go ahead. You have the final word. Go ahead.
So Eric Offer, the social American social philosopher, he said that in times of change, it is the learners who will inherit the earth, while those who are learned will find themselves beautifully equipped to live in a world that no longer exists. We must be learners.
Must be learners at all times. That is the takeaway.
At all times.
At all times. That is so true, brother. That is it's a brilliant point to end this Caribbean Technology Thought Leadership Forum on this Sunday evening, June 13, 2021. It has been an excellent evening, going easily, I would say, over 3 hours. This one is a record. I would sincerely thank you again for your kind comments. And at the end of the forum, these recordings will be made available to you as podcasts for listenership. Thank you again. And colleagues, have a wonderful evening and a wonderful week when it comes, all right? I'm going to, at this point, cease the recording and